just in time to join us. Hello, everyone. We are just getting started. We're going to have potentially an extra long stream of Danganronpa 2 today. We are supposedly heading into the last trial, but we'll see if that is the case. Looks like we are joined by Quinlay here. I wish I could zoom in on the icons and see what people are using. Can't tell. It's a lump. How are you doing today? Well, you consider that. Let's check in with the kitties here. We have Sky upper left. We have Sherbet over here in the upper right. There's Sammy in the lower left. Thanks. Let's see. Sammy is... She's on the little platform that is kind of upper left, upper center of the lower left camera. She is the little black ball in the gray ring. And then bottom center is Mason looking out the window. Now, I don't see Ember anywhere. I don't know where she's lurking currently. Actually, that might be her. Let's zoom in. Oh, yeah. Once it comes back around. Yeah, you can see her. She's looking, she's like right behind the curtain. Below that lower platform next to the little house. Ember is the tiniest of them. So let's put the camera here since we've got two of them. Give it some time to load back in there. But like I said, we're going to be doing some Danganronpa 2 today. Let's pause that. There we go. Trying to get the eyes a little better. They get a little droopy when I turn to the side, but otherwise they seem a bit better. But yes, I do find the kitties cute. Well, we got one bailing on us. Let's put the camera on Sherbet then. He's not always around for us to see. So let's see. We got to the death of Nagito, the super death of Nagito, and now we're researching that to prepare for the trial. If I recall, I think we have to go to the military base next. Is this your first time joining us, Quint? Never remember which direction I have to run to get to different places. Well, lurking is fine too. Oh. Did the trial start? I didn't remember the trial starting. But perhaps it did. Oh, missed a line of text here. Huh, is this it? Shouldn't there be more people? Stop it. You're making me depressed. So it is going to happen again. Yes. Yes, it is. The cruel conflict where we must doubt our friends. But once we're through with this, we can go back, right? That Monokuma said so, didn't he? He said this is the last class trial. But we've been tricked every step of the way. It was a shame that they killed off Mekamaru so quickly after reintroducing him. It was kind of amusing seeing all the ridiculous features that he had. There's no way I can believe that so easily. Why can't you believe it? The guy who's making us do all of this is the one saying it, you know? That's why I'll definitely survive. If we can really go home after we deal with this class trial, I'll definitely find out who the killer is, no matter what, even if I have to pull out all the stops. All of them. Uh-oh. Well, that explains it. Sorry about that. Game audio was off. Why are you here? You haven't realized it yet? That feeling of wanting to leave this island, thinking like that is Monokuma's trap, you know?
Huh?
What are you saying? There's no way Monokuma will end things here. He's planning something far worse. Hey there, casemate. Welcome. We are on what is supposedly the last trial of Danganronpa 2. They claim that, but I don't know if it's true. Stop trying to jinx us.
I'll beat you up.
Stupid rabbits should just shut up. Everyone, you mustn't run away from despair. Huh? I've finally realized, after losing my powers, I've realized that cursing your powerlessness or your fate accomplishes nothing. Took you this long? I mean, trying much else seems to be accomplishing nothing either, Monomi, but, you know. How you been, casemate? Possibility may be small, but as long as there's a possibility, you must face it. In order to become someone who can be proud of yourself. So I will fight.
Huh?
What's her deal? I do not really know, but she seems different from before. Maybe she read a self-help book. It was that kind of line.
Wait.
But her eyes, she looked so determined.
You.
What can you tell just by looking at those button eyes? Anyway, make sure you turn off Minimaru. It'd be annoying if he started talking during the trial. Ah, fine.
But still.
Monomi showing as much determination as that button at the top of Akane's shirt. Oof. Moving will keep you busy, and if it's extra hot, then that'll slow you way down during it. Understand what Monomi is saying. Anyway, let's get going to the last class trial. You're right. We need to fight as much as we can. We are potentially going to have a double-length stream tonight, folks. If, depending on where we fall during the less than 6-hour time window to avoid YouTube shenanigans, I will take a break and we will either continue Danganronpa 2 with a secondary stream, which is prepped, or we will roll over to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Whichever works for us. Well, we'll roll over if we finish Danganronpa 2. Oof. Oof. You're in that particular circle of hell, huh? No, thank you. Matter what hopeless truth awaits us in the end. Hey there, Dystopia. Welcome. We're heading into the last class trial. Supposedly. 2 hours and 50 minutes, huh? Well, that may give us enough time. This is the end. I kept saying those words to myself over and over within my mind. I entered Monokuma Rock.
Yeah.
This elevator ride, this will be the last time for this too, right? I hope so.
Well,
Let's worry about things after we're finished.
you are right.
More importantly, we must focus on the class trial before us.
Damn it.
The killer managed to kill someone like Nagito. There's no way this is going to go smoothly. I'm really interested. I don't have a good idea of who it might be. They've telegraphed Sonya a bit with some of her behavior leading up to it, but not substantially. Like, this was a particularly brutal one. I mean, I still can't believe one of us was able to do that. Nagito was problematic in many ways, but he was also a valuable asset during the trials. Sonya speaking the truth. Yeah, you're right. In fact, during the Funhouse ordeal, we were completely dependent on him. Oh, one moment. That's pretty much the case, Quinn. Nagito always seemed to be... How can I make this as dramatic as possible? And sometimes that meant helping. Because the goal was to make everybody, seemingly, was to make everybody prove themselves. But even if he's gone, the ones who've survived need to stand and fight. We must fight. And then the door slowly opened. This bright light greeting us. Is that the light of hope? Or the light of despair? Wow. Hajime channeling Makoto a bit here.
Well now.
Now that chatterbox Nagito is gone, there are only 6 of you left.
Shut the hell up!
Just start this already. Nagito got dead. He got super dead, casemate. Let's see. Seemingly, a spear through the chest, just below the ribs. Cuts on his upper arm. Knife stabbed through his left hand into the... his right hand into the floor. A whole bunch of stabs on his thighs. As in, this seems to be the most brutal killing. Yes, yes. With the indication that he seemed to be living for some of that. This is it, right? This is really the last class trial, right?
Yep.
It sure is. So you got to show some enthusiasm and make sure you give it your all.
All right.
Didn't I tell you? He said it. This is the end. Kazuichi and, Akane as well, though. Akane has gotten a little more serious since Nekomaru's death. Being completely blind to the implication of Monokuma only saying, it's the last trial, it's the end. Yeah, I mean, that would always be a suspected possibility, casemate. Just the Rube Goldberg level performance that would have had to go into his death. Because he was even, tied spread eagle to 4 girders.
Now then.
Monomi silent but angry looking. Let's get this trial started.
Killing!
This is the last class trial. Let's show some enthusiasm and kill each other. This is the 5th class trial. According to Monokuma, this is also the last class trial. Pretty much running out of people at this point. That curtain is about to rise. See what I mean, casemate? Super dead. Now, there are a lot of anomalies about some of how he died. And the way the body was positioned. It looks like there's some staging that happened. But definitely dead. Nagito Komeda, the ultimate lucky student. When I first met him, I thought he was a nice guy. He came across as very sociable. Some of the best crazy eyes in the game right there at the beginning. But his true nature held such a demented thought process that was nothing like his outward appearance. He said he believed in hope more than anything else. I'm still interested as to what it was that he found out that turned his attitude almost 180 like that. He went from that sort of crazed expectation that everybody would survive and win to exasperation and looking down on everybody. He said he was yearning for a powerful hope that can overcome any despair. He said he would even help despair just to prove that hope will never lose to despair. And he said that he'd become a stepping stone for hope. His way of thinking was completely screwed up. But there were also times he saved us too. Someone like him was killed. And that was the end of him. I have no idea at all who did it, but there's no way we can end this without knowing. We will be consumed by despair. Man, page 2, mostly empty. Oh, if you weren't here for the last one, casemate, one of the things we found out is that Chubby Byakuya was not Byakuya. That was the claim in the last one was that that was the ultimate imposter. Described as almost like a doppelganger person. The class documentation for them was pretty much just question marks, since they didn't seem to have a identity aside from the identities that they had taken on. Why that has any impact on the story, I don't know yet. Person who finished off Nagito, the killer who murdered Nagito. Was an interesting person to impersonate. In order to return from this despair alive, we need to reach the truth. We had been calling him Chonkyuya, or similar things. Oh, he's one of those characters that I would have had no problem if he had survived. One, he was a powerful leadership character, but also he had a lot of personality to him. That leadership element paired with the near gluttony, but like serious about it. Like, oh, we need to take these skewers. Like, you could just take the skewers out. No, I have to eat all of the meat first. And if Monokuma says this is really the last class trial, that's all the more reason we need to do this. And so, this life-threatening trial billowing with hope and despair, the last one. This is Hajime's over-dramatic trial intro. Mikoto had that, like, it was a repetitive sentence. I can't remember exactly what it was, but so far, the main characters have all had a introduction to the trial that is kind of almost like a catchphrase. Has begun. Would you like to save? Yes, I would. Class trial start.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it.
Look how bloody the X over Nagito is. Yeah, we will be playing Danganronpa 3, the game, but there will be an interlude in between it where I look up the events of Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls and watch the anime in the chronological sequence of episodes, so that we can be prepared going into 3. In the we will be playing some other games in the interval between. But yeah, we will be playing the rest of it. I've seen good things about Tears of the Kingdom, casemate. Ultra Despair Girls seems to, at least, I don't know if there are other characters, but it very prominently features some of the female characters from the series. There's also it lists some stream questionable content, let's call it. And I don't want to risk it, similar to why we quickly glossed over Observation Duty 2. I don't think the content isn't that much, but it's close enough. During the class trial, you will present.
If you vote
that's
correctly,
his normal
then
spiel.
only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island.
That would explain one of the female characters I've seen when looking up character pictures to make sure I'm spelling names right in titles and what have you. Monomi continues to be in quiet, serious mode here.
Oh my! Monami? My cute little sister? You're awfully quiet. What's happened to you?
I appreciate not tossing out any spoilers there, Quinn.
You've ascended the ladder of adulthood and reached the moon? Because you're a rabbit?
Japanese cultural references go.
Chesto!
Punch. Wow. Took it on the chin, or cheek as it were.
One more time! Jeez! How about this one? This will be my final blow! It's useless.
No real reaction from Monomi out of that. She has dropped the sort of comedy act reactions.
Please stop! I feel bad for Monomi.
You're right. Now's not the time for me to horse around with Monomi. The class trial has started, after all. The victim this time is Nagito, who is attempting to reveal the traitor for everyone's sake. Who in the world killed him? I'm so curious.
If he was killed for trying to reveal the traitor, that traitor is obviously the killer. They were trying to shut Nagito up.
So far, I still feel like they haven't really developed the traitor concept. It was irrelevant in the first game, and in the second game, it has seemed irrelevant as well. As in, we've had killers and similar acting as expected up until this point. So any actions from the traitor would be kind of retconny.
No, that might not be it.
Huh? Are you trying to protect the traitor? They didn't call out when we were in danger. Wait. Don't tell me you're the traitor.
Don't say something so stupid! There's no way in hell I'm the traitor!
Now that's more like it. Why don't you guys hurry and start arguing already?
The traitor and the killer who murdered Nagito. Ember arrived only to immediately leave. Is here, right? I never noticed the the special script X over Gundam. Are they the same person, or
The killer didn't tape Nagito's mouth to shut him up. I'm telling you, they were torturing him.
The reason Nagito's body was covered with wounds.
It's because the killer tortured Nagito.
So that's why he was so beat up. What were they trying to find out by torturing him? Definitely the bomb's hiding place. If so, the suspect is whoever found the bomb first.
That was Fuyuhiko.
I found it by coincidence.
the
There's no way
concept
I'd
of him
torture
being
someone.
tortured for information doesn't line up with the way the duct tape was set up.
The killer didn't tape Nagito's mouth to shut him up. I'm telling you, they were torturing him.
The reason Nagito's body was covered with wounds.
It's because the killer tortured Nagito.
No, that's wrong. But
Trying to
Nagito's
get
mouth
used
was
to the-
covered with duct tape, so he wouldn't have been able to confess anything.
Trying to get used to the mouse sensitivity. Right. One of the things that they determined was that there was blood on the duct tape, but none under the duct tape. So the implication was that the duct tape was on during all of the injuring.
If he was being tortured for information, they wouldn't have taped his mouth like that.
I'm prepared. Ah, I just realized it. It's a trap.
Trap?
Stupid Hajime. You got caught in that trap.
Kazuichi channeling his fish man there. Stupid. Well, let's
Like
see what
you
we
said,
got.
if Nagito's mouth was taped, you'd obviously assume he couldn't talk. But that was the trap. They wanted to hide the fact that he got interrogated.
But if you tape his mouth shut, how is he supposed to answer anything?
Pay attention. This is how... First, the killer and got information about the bomb's location. Then, after they killed him, they duct-taped his mouth shut.
Damn it!
Like you said, if Nagito's mouth was taped shut, you'd obviously assume he couldn't talk. But that was the trap. They wanted to hide the fact that he got interrogated. Like you said, if Nagito's mouth was taped shut, you'd obviously assume he couldn't talk, right? But that was the trap.
Damn it!
Like you said, if Nagito's mouth was taped shut, you'd obviously assume he couldn't talk. But that was the trap. They wanted to hide the fact that he got interrogated.
But if you tape his mouth shut, how is he supposed to answer anything?
Pay attention. This is... First, the killer tortured Nagi and got information about the bomb's location.
Nope, nope.
Crap!
Pay attention. This is how... First, the killer tortured Nagi and got information about the bomb's location. Then, after they killed him...
Crap!
This is definitely going to be a tougher one.
attention, this is how it went. First, the killer tortured and got information about the bomb's location. Then, after they killed him, they duct-taped his mouth shut. Whew, that was close, you guys. Thanks to me, you guys didn't get caught in the trap. Pay attention, this is how it went. First, the killer tortured Nagi and got information about the bomb's location. Then, after they killed him, they duct-taped his mouth shut. Crap! Pay attention, this is how it went down. First, the killer tortured Nagito and got information about the bomb's location. Then, after they killed him, they duct-taped his mouth shut. Whew, that was close, you guys. Thanks to me, you guys didn't get caught in the trap.
Okay, I think it might be the duct tape. The one of the issues I have with the trial is that sometimes the name of the objects isn't what they're actually talking about. Yeah. Blood that splattered onto the face wasn't under the duct tape. The tape itself had a lot of crinkles in it, as if he was desperately moving his mouth. Yeah, that's...
Pay attention, this is how it went. First, the killer tortured and got him. Then, after they killed him...
Nope, wrong thing.
Damn it! Like you said, if Nagito's mouth, you obviously assume he couldn't talk, but that was the trap. They wanted to hide the fact that he got interrogated.
Gonna have to do
But if
better
you
in
keep
the
his
later
mouth
part
shut-
of it here.
How is he supposed to answer anything?
Pay attention, this is... First, the killer tortured and got information about the bomb's location. Then, after they killed him, they duct-taped his mouth shut.
That's after they killed him.
Crap! Pay attention, this is... First, the killer tortured Nagito and got information about the bomb's location. Then, after they killed him...
Allow me to cut through those
Finally.
words.
Botched that bad.
No, there's no doubt Nagito's mouth was covered with duct tape before he was beat up.
Before he was beat up.
What did you say?
Who cares about the duct tape? We might as well settle this with rock, paper, scissors.
Akane being as helpful as always in the trials.
We don't need to play a game. It's clear the duct tape was on his mouth before the torture even began.
Why do you always side with Hajime? Do you have a crush on him or something?
Are you in elementary school or something?
You were with us when I peeled the duct tape off Nagito's mouth, right? The blood on Nagito's face wasn't under the duct tape, remember?
The blood on his face came from his arm wounds. Which means the duct tape was on his face before his arms were even wounded.
And the duct tape had a lot of crinkles around his mouth. He must have been struggling to open his mouth under the duct tape.
Perhaps the duct tape was used so we wouldn't be able to scream.
You know, there is the distinct possibility that he did it to himself, thinking on some of it. But there's still a bit that doesn't make sense to me. The way the spear is set up doesn't make sense to me in that scenario. But the fact that his hand was staked down also throws some of that off. But we'll see.
Then it's like I said at the beginning. The tape wasn't for torture. It was to keep his mouth shut.
Yeah.
However, if they wanted to seal his mouth, they did not need to hurt him with such ferocity.
They probably had a deep grudge against Nagito.
Then, are you saying the killer was trying to make him suffer?
I mean, it certainly looks like they were trying to make him suffer.
If so, it's friggin' crazy. Did they go psycho or something?
No, they didn't just go crazy. Whoever did this must be one crafty bastard. If not, they wouldn't have taken the time to set fire to the crime scene and destroy all the evidence.
Hmm? The warehouse fire was for destroying evidence?
Yeah, from the looks of it, they set up the little Zippo, and they had the door set up to trigger a series of like Monokuma cutouts to be like dominoes and knock the lighter over and ignite the curtain and delay them getting to Nagito's body. We've discussed this pretty frequently, Quinn. I think there are winners and losers as far as the characters in this one. Was it Taru, I think, or Teru, is, in my mind, one of their worst characters. He was so painfully tropey, and his lack of development didn't help it. He missed his mama reason for him going there was needless pathos. Like, it didn't work. Fuyuhiko and I can't remember the little dancer girl have had the possibility of good arcs. Fuyuhiko has had an excellent arc. I like how he's gone. Akane isn't interesting to me. Her whole persona was, I like to fight, I eat a lot, and I'm useless during the trials. Useless and actively, like, goofily stupid during the trials. Little dancer girl had the possibility of an arc and then didn't get it. Musician girl had no arc at all. Nurse girl had potential that they never used, and then her whole character switch was out of nowhere. Hiyoko had potential, but only once she started her development. But the fact that as soon as she started her development, they killed her off, lost all the interest. Her behavior up until then was right up there with Teru. As far as they made her just grossly unlikable. Ibuki had potential, like she was a fun character, just like her overall template, but it never really went anywhere. Yeah. The fact that Akane has lasted this long is in similar territory. It's her entire arc was she's sad that Nekomaru died, but it hasn't changed her. So it's much more of a slight behavioral change as opposed to an actual character arc. It's Fuyuhiko is the one that has had an arc and has survived it. Gundam so far had the best motivation. Like, I enjoyed Gundam as a character. I like the over-the-top Chuny behavior that he had. But his motivation has been the best as far as drama. Like, his call of essentially saying either I'm going to get out of this alive or you are all going to get out of this alive. was an interesting concept, and the whole thing still fit him. So I liked that. Yep. I liked the theory that it was either you or someone else put forward that his magic circle did work. It protected the hamsters. And that he sacrificed himself to save his hamsters at the end.
We can't think of any other reason.
But who could have done that? When the fire occurred, everyone in this room was gathered in front of the warehouse.
Let's see. Of the characters surviving, Yes. Now, the whole setup, the location and the situation that he put them in was terrible. And not as a, like, oh, it was a hard situation. It's that was it wasn't a, I want to encourage you to kill each other. It's a, you have to or you'll all die. That was right up there with the despair virus. It was a bad set of motivations for the way the killing game is set up. But the actual way it played out, like the actual killing and how it was done, was very good. Just the build up to it was not good.
Yeah. And right after I opened the warehouse door, the flames started burning from the very back.
Yeah, that was, she kicked it open, it knocked over the standees, which dominoed tipped all the way over to the curtain, where the lighter was knocked over. It ignited some of the standees and the curtain.
Which means it is plausible to think that nobody here set the fire.
Thinking back on it, Peko, I think Peko had a decent arc before her death. It was still all the characterization right there at the end, but it still built up right there at the end. It wasn't just they got a footnote, you know? Yep. The whole Peko Fuyuhiko thing was good. And it was a shame because Hyoko was building up like she was going to have an arc. And then they just kind of offhand killed her. She was a sort of, and also ran.
The killer isn't one of us. But that's not the case, huh? I mean, it's wishful thinking.
Even if it was only a coincidence, the timing was just too perfect.
Based on the pattern up until now, we should suspect that some kind of setup was used for this.
Some kind of setup? Like what?
This seems to be another one of those situations where the timing of the death has been hidden as well, in order to change who has an alibi.
I do not know that, but that has been the pattern before.
That's our Miss Sonia. You have such an amazingly high intellect. Alrighty then. Let's think about this based on what Miss Sonia thinks. Is that okay, Miss Sonia?
Damn right it is!
I mean, it's not necessarily that I feel like they needed to kill Kazuichi off, but I feel like they needed to smack him upside the head more regularly. The reason for the fire, huh? You're right, we need to clear that up first. It's either the panel or the oil lighter.
The direct cause of the fire was the oil lighter found at the crime scene, right?
The killer used some kind of setup. He lit the curtain on fire with the lighter.
Some kind of setup?
Did they use the oil as an improvised fuse?
They probably just threw the lighter.
No, nope.
Based on the shape of that oil lighter, it can stand upright while the flame is lit.
If they tipped over the lighter in some way, it could have ignited the curtain.
Some way?
Maybe they used invisible thread.
There should have been a way to tip it over with sound waves.
Oh, nope. Silly me.
Crap!
There's a really
The
good
direct
chance
cause of
I'm
the
gonna
fire
fail
was
this.
the oil lighter found at the crime scene, right?
The killer used some kind of setup. He lit the curtain on fire with the lighter.
Some kind of setup?
Did they use the oil as an improvised fuse?
They probably just threw the lighter.
Based on the shape of that oil lighter, it can stand upright while the flame is lit.
If they tipped over the lighter in some way, it could have ignited the curtain.
Some way?
Maybe they used invisible thread.
There should have been a way to tip it over with sound waves.
Or perhaps opening the door caused intense wind pressure to tip over the lighter.
Opening the door Monokuma panels, I think.
The
We'll see.
direct cause of the fire was the oil lighter found at
The killer used he lit the curtain on
Some kind of setup?
Did they use the oil?
They probably just based on the shape of it can stand up
If they tipped over,
It could have ignited the curtain.
some way. Maybe they used
there should have been a way to
Or perhaps opening the door caused intense wind pressure to tip over the lighter.
the direct cause of the oil lighter found at
The killer used he lit the curtain on fire.
some kind of setup.
Did they use the oil?
They probably just based on the shape of it can stand up
If they tipped over, it could have ignited.
Some way?
Maybe they used invisible
There should have been a way to tip.
Or perhaps opening the door caused
I agree with that.
Ugh. Burned up so
Also
much
agree
health on
opening
that
the
first
door is
thing.
what started the fire.
just as I thought. It was the wind pressure. A dust devil blown here from glorious Japan.
I mean, if they were closer to it and it was a more or less sealed environment, then the wind, like the opening of the door could have. But unlikely given the situation that it was set up in. The fire started after they came in.
No, not wind pressure. They probably used the Monokuma panels. A huge number of tipped-over Monokuma panels were found at the crime scene, right? It looked like they were scattered everywhere, but some were laying on top of each other in a single line. Just a single line leading from the warehouse door to the fire's origin.
Does that mean anything?
The killer probably arranged those Monokuma panels to create a domino effect.
A domino effect. You mean those tiles kids play with by lining them up and tipping them over?
There are very intense groups of hobbyists that would probably take offense to the kids play with.
In place of those tiles, the killer used the Monokuma panels. So when we opened the warehouse door, the first panel toppled into the second.
The stabbed Monokuma plushie is another aspect there.
And from there, they fell like dominoes until they reached the lighter at the end.
But wouldn't it be obvious that those big panels were falling over?
That's probably why they turned off the lights in the warehouse, so we wouldn't notice them.
So the reason the warehouse was dark was to hide the domino effect.
And one more thing. There was something else the killer did to hide the domino effect, right?
Music.
I see.
You're talking about
Tiny
the
bit of
MP3
health
player.
back, man.
That hymn blaring throughout the warehouse masked the sound of the falling panels.
Inside of the warehouse felt even darker because our eyes were still used to the bright sunlight outside. Within that darkness, a loud hymnal blared throughout the warehouse at full volume. Do you guys hear something? Does Nagito like listening to this depressing stuff? No, I'm not talking about the music. As if on cue, it suddenly started.
That's it. So the strange sound was actually the sound of the panels falling.
But those sounds weren't the only strange thing, right? Looking back on it, it was also strange when we opened the door to the warehouse.
I'll open it slowly. It's not the problem. Seriously, it'll be fine. Those words Akane brushed off everyone's warning and slowly opened the door. Slowly tried to. It's not opening. Something blocking the door? I can barely open it. It's a trap. Seriously, just stop it. Didn't I tell you it'll be fine? I just gotta use a little more force. What happened to opening it slowly? Kane ignored their protests, and with a mighty kick, the door flew open.
Ah, so the door was being blocked by a Monokuma panel.
And when we opened the door, the domino effect started, and the falling panels eventually reached the lighter.
Yeah, and that's how the warehouse caught on fire. At least, that's how it looks.
You don't look so sure.
At the time, Akane mentioned that she could barely open the door.
Because the panel was blocking it, right?
But the blocked doorway, there wasn't enough space for a person to fit through, right?
Is that a problem?
It's a major problem. I mean, that door was the only entrance to the warehouse.
That door was the only entrance to the warehouse. So the problem that Chiaki's talking about,
I see.
the killer couldn't get out.
If the panel was so close to the door that it could barely be opened, the killer inside the warehouse wouldn't be able to leave, right?
Now that you mention it.
Does that mean they were hiding inside?
Who? We were all outside the warehouse, you know.
Based on the patterns up until now, I believe some kind of setup was used.
You don't have to think so hard. There's actually only one person who could have possibly done this.
You
Huh?
don't mean...
But if that's true, this murder,
Hajime? What do you mean?
the person who set up the domino effect inside the warehouse, there's only one person who could have done it. And what they're saying is that it must have been Nagito.
This is my answer.
But the fact,
What if
the way he was
it
tied up,
Nagito?
and the way that his hand was staked down doesn't line up with that.
Why'd you bring him up? He's the victim, you know.
He wasn't just the victim. Maybe.
Huh?
Not just the victim? What does that mean?
Because if they can answer the tied down, then there's some plausibility to it. But man,
He was the victim. And he was the perpetrator, too.
Maybe.
Are you saying this was a suicide? Don't be stupid. His body
I mean,
was covered
it'd be
in
his
torture
MO.
wounds. Or did you already forget? Are you saying those were all self-inflicted?
I mean, it's possible.
But Nagito might do something like that, don't you think?
That's not the issue. He was tied up, remember? Even for a creep like Nagito, it'd be impossible for him to tie up his own arms and legs.
Given how tight they were and how far they were stretched, it'd be a real stretch for him to have accomplished that.
Yeah, you're right.
But we'll see.
Yeah, as long as you understand.
It seems we need to discuss how Nagito was able to tie himself up.
Need to discuss?
How would he be able to tie himself up? Not how he did.
That's not necessary at all. No matter how much you think about it, it's clearly impossible.
Seems impossible if you think about it, but we know his right hand could have been freed. The end of the rope was burned, but its proximity to the fire and the fact that it's just the end doesn't line up. So that could be a fake burn. How you'd get the rest of it lined up, I don't know.
To actually tie up your own arms and legs. That's obviously impossible!
Tying just the legs is one thing, but tying both arms would be impossible.
You couldn't do much with the free arm.
It'd be impossible if you were by yourself.
How about if you use your teeth? Or if you use your front tail?
Disturbing.
Dirty joke! Is that a dirty joke?
To actually tie up your own arms and legs. That's obviously impossible!
Tying just the legs is one thing, but tying both arms would be impossible.
You couldn't do much with the free arm.
It'd be impossible if you were by yourself.
How about if you use your teeth? Or if you use your front tail?
Dirty joke! Is that a dirty joke?
To actually tie up your own arms and legs. That's obviously impossible!
Tying just the legs is one thing, but tying both arms would be impossible.
You couldn't do much with the free arm.
It'd be impossible if you were by yourself.
How about if you use your teeth? Or if you use your front tail?
Dirty joke! Is that a dirty joke?
Yeah, the rope was pre-burned. Spear wound is still tricky. I feel like it's the burned rope, but where I can use that, I'm not sure.
To actually tie up your own arms and legs. That's obviously impossible!
Tying just the legs is one thing, but Tying both arms would be impossible.
You couldn't do much with the free arm.
It'd be impossible if you were by yourself.
How about if you use your teeth? Or if you use your front tail?
Dirty joke! Is that a dirty joke?
To actually tie up your own arms.
No, that's wrong.
It's that your arms
Hold on a
is
sec.
the
Isn't
thing.
that premise flawed?
What? I mean, it's no mistake that his arms and legs were...
I mean, that's Akane's whole thing as far as characterization goes during the trials. She's there to say stupid stuff. Like in the entirety, she is comic relief. Thinking on it, who is it? The fake psychic from the first game. Same job. Which wasn't super fond of that character either.
No, it shouldn't have been both of his arms.
That sounds about right there, Quinn. The guy with the dreadlock afro looking hair.
The rope on his right arm was completely burnt up. Based on that, you can't say he was tied up.
That was just burned by the fire. He should have been tied up before then.
It burned because of the fire. Like you said, it might look like that. But that was part of the trap. There's concrete evidence that proves it. I see! Take a close look at his right sleeve.
Yeah, he was 100% right half of the time.
Even though the rope was burnt up, his sleeve wasn't burned at all. Wouldn't you agree? A burn like this, no matter how you think about it, is unnatural. That rope was burned in advance so it would look like it was burned in the fire.
Then Nagito's right arm wasn't tied up, right? He was able to move it freely, right?
Yeah, that should be the case.
Hajime, that's awesome! I'll let you cop a feel if you want.
Akane, you should not give it away for free. Make sure they pay you first.
More Sonya-isms. She's got background.
That's definitely wrong.
Fine. I just gotta get a Benjamin from him before I let him touch me, right?
That's not what I meant. I'm talking about Nagito. I mean, even if his right hand wasn't tied up, the knife was still stabbed into it, you know?
It's impossible to stab a knife into your right hand with your right hand. Ah, that much is obvious.
So maybe this is why his left hand doesn't have blood on the palm, is that he put the knife in the left hand after getting all stabbed up. Well, the knife was in the left hand during the stabbing. Then he could have just slapped his right hand down on the knife.
Hajime, you tricked me! Give me back that Benjamin!
Not only did she try to charge me, now she wants the money back. What the heck? They're implying that he actually gave her money in exchange, right?
Hold on. There should be a way.
Then hurry up and spill it.
If it's something lame, I'll make you give back the Benjamin with 10,000% interest.
Way to stab yourself in your right hand using only your right hand. definitely an answer for this. This might be a claim.
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
Is he a throwing knife expert?
It'd be like that bottle
Maybe
flipping
he
thing.
propped the knife somehow? And slammed his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
If you're tied up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know if his left hand could even reach his right hand. Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
Is he a throwing knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow?
Sometime.
It's wrong?
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right...
If he threw the knife and let the knife,
Could he stab his hand that way?
is he a throwing knife? Maybe he propped the knife somehow and slammed his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
If you're tied up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know if his left hand could even reach his right hand.
Some help. We're going to use this to prove it after. 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. All right, all right. So I think this is a claim the word thing, but there's a decent chance, like I said, there's a decent chance we're going to fail at least once during this.
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
No, he could not.
Is he a throwing knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow? And slammed his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
If you're tied up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know if his left hand could even reach his right hand. Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
Is he a throwing knife expert?
It's not the propped.
Maybe he propped the knife somehow? And slammed his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
If you're tied up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know if his left hand could even reach his right hand. Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
Is he a throwing knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow? And slammed his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
If you're tied up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know if his left hand could even reach his right hand.
We know that it's not bound left hand onto propped. That bounced off last time. And we can't use propped since it's a concur. So throw him again.
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
Knife fall
Is he a
can't be it.
throwing knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow? And slammed his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
If you're tied up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know if his left hand could even reach his right hand.
This feels like another one of those ones that it's going to be an awkward connection.
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his
knife
hand
fall.
that way?
There's nothing to
Is
agree
he a
with
throwing
that.
knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow?
Just get that over with here. Maybe he propped the knife. He used his bound left hand. This has got to be awkward phrasing or a translation issue, because what we're trying to say is he propped it against his bound left hand. As in, that's where the knife was.
It's wrong?
There. Yep. Trial is over. Fail. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
This is my... We will never give up!
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
Is he a throwing knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow?
I agree with that.
This is ridiculous. I don't like that at all.
The life-size Monokuma plushie. He must have used that to prop the knife.
That hole is way too big.
Makes sense. That's why there was a big hole in the plushie's stomach.
Like, that's terrible. That hole is like bigger than fist-sized. That knife would not be proppable.
He inserted the knife handle into that hole to prop it up. Then he slammed his hand onto it. If that's it, he had to place the plushie near him. And it also explains the mysterious blood on the plushie.
So the blood on the plushie came from Nagito after he stabbed the knife into his own right hand.
I see. So that's the trick.
That doesn't feel that doesn't feel correct.
But for a moment, I seriously thought Monokuma died or something.
A bleeding plushie is super scary. It's got the same fear factor as a doll whose hair grows too long.
After stabbing his hand, he no longer needed the plushie, so he cast it off toward the fire's origin point.
He probably thought the fire would incinerate it and destroy the evidence.
So what do you think now, Fuyuhiko?
I get what you're saying about the wound on his right hand, but there's still one huge problem. The spear. Basically, you're saying Nagito committed suicide by impaling himself with a spear, right? If you think about the order, getting killed by the spear should have been the last thing to happen to Nagito. If that's true, how is that possible? He can't grab a spear with his right hand if a knife is stabbed into it and his left hand was all tied up.
Then he probably took the spear first, and as he endured the pain, he stabbed the knife into his right hand.
There is a limit to his constitution. If you got penetrated by something so big and thick, you would die instantly.
Sonya.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all that.
Like I said, if you got penetrated by something so big and thick, you would die instantly.
Gotta make sure we heard the joke.
Say it one more time. I need you recorded. For reasons.
Hey, bastard, you better cut it out!
Like she said, in that condition, it's very difficult to stab yourself with a spear. It'd be hard to use a spear with a knife stab into your right hand while your left hand is tied up.
So you're saying it's impossible?
But no matter what I think, I can't believe Nagito's death was caused by someone else.
I also agree with that. To think that one of us could kill someone with such cruelty, I could never believe that.
You say you can't believe it? You just don't want to believe it, right? But that's why you keep getting betrayed over and over again, right? Same goes for this time, too.
You just shut your mouth. It's against the rules to interfere with everyone. If you even think about doing anything, I have a plan of my own.
Monomi's sassing me.
But it's just as Monokuma said. We've been betrayed over and over again so far, so this might also be the same. Calling this a suicide takes too much for granted, and it's too convenient.
Then are you saying there is a killer among us, Kazuichi?
Of course that doesn't include Miss Sonia and me.
As Kazuichi said, it's true we've been constantly betrayed. But even if I'm betrayed again, I still want to believe in everyone. No matter how many times I may be betrayed, I still want to believe in everyone.
I also want to believe that there's no killer, but suicide is unimaginable.
Do you really think so?
But you said it too. It'd be impossible for him to stab himself with a spear in his condition.
So the implication is that the spear fell from above.
I did say difficult, but I never said impossible. I feel that there's some way he could have stabbed himself with that spear.
I had high hopes for this one, and I feel like there are a lot of things that they're leaping to that are kind of iffy.
What kind
So
of way?
we got to see how it unfolds, though.
I don't know.
I mean, the writing in essentially Chapter 5 here has let me down substantially, so I can't rule out the fact that they're going to spoil this one. But we could get another, like, you know, Gundam killing, so could be super cool.
You don't know.
It's impossible to figure out by myself. So let's think about it together. That's how we made it this far up till now.
Everyone working together.
He's right. We've made it through several ordeals up till now by doing that. And then, even
All right,
now...
let's do this.
Alright, redeem yourself.
How did Nagito stab himself with a spear? Let's work together and think this through. When the spear stabbed Nagito, his right hand was covered by the knife, right?
He was only able to move his left hand.
But his left hand was also tied up.
Then that rules out his left hand. If that's the case, the only other way is...
He used his teeth? Or maybe he used his front tail. I know guys have tails that get hard when they're grabbed.
What are you saying?
A blushing Miss Sonia is freaking awesome!
They're trying pretty extensively in this.
How did Nagito stab himself with a spear? Let's work together and think this through. When the spear stabbed Nagito, his right hand was covered by the knife, right?
He was only able to move his left hand.
But his left hand was also tied up.
Then that rules out his left hand. If that's the case, the only other way is...
He used his teeth? Or maybe he used his front tail.
I know guys have tail.
A blushing Miss Sonia is freaking awesome!
How did Nagito's... Let's work together. When the spear stabbed his right hand was...
He was only able to move his left...
But his left hand was also tied up.
Then that rules out his left hand.
No, that's wrong!
Yeah, I'd like to believe it's
Hold
a
on.
translation
It's
problem.
still too early to dismiss the possibility that he used his left hand.
Why? I mean, his left hand was tied up, you know?
But there was something off about his left hand. The bloodstain on the palm of his hand. Don't you think it looked somewhat strange? He only had blood on the lower area of his palm. Beyond that point, the bloodstain suddenly cuts off, right?
When the blood splattered, that's as far as it reached, right?
That settles the description of that bloodstain, but it's not the only unnatural bloodstain.
So, what I'm thinking that they end up going with is that the left hand is holding the weight on the spear. And the spear is, the rope of the spear is up over the girder. So then when he's ready, he lets go of the weight, which is spattered with blood, but there's no blunt force trauma over his body. It loops up, it stains the girder, and the spear falls down. The rope of the spear didn't look long enough to do that. And for it to do that, the weight would collide with the girder and throw the spear's positioning off. But I feel like they're gonna ignore all of that.
Look, there's blood on the back of his hand, around the middle joints of his fingers.
Like you said, it looks like an unnatural bloodstain, but what's wrong with that?
We might need to think and use our imaginations for a bit.
So, hand back against the ground, holding it so that there can be splatter on anywhere except the hand holding the part of the hand with the weight against it is covered. The upper fingers are not.
If there's blood on his palm and the back of his hand, what was his left hand doing as the blood splattered?
I see! When the blood splattered, he was probably gripping with his left hand. That's why there's such a strange-looking bloodstain on his palm and the back of his hand.
Was he grabbing his front tail?
The joke has run its course.
Perish the thought! He was obviously grabbing the spear! Now that you mention it, compared to the rest of his body, the wounds on his left arm are pretty mild. He probably made his wounds mild on purpose, so he could keep his strength while he gripped the spear.
But even if he held the spear with his tied-up left hand, it'd be impossible for him to stab himself.
Hey,
Right,
Chiaki,
that's the
what
problem.
do you think? Hey, don't tell me you're getting sleepy.
At times like this, you should always strike from a good angle. Just like fixing an old TV.
Oh, I got it. Maybe.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, like I thought. It's no mistake that Nagito was gripping the spear. I think. However, what's important is what section of the spear he was gripping.
I see! That's it. Instead of the handle, Nagito must have been holding on to the cord.
Not given the way that that it's splattered.
There was a metal weight at the tip of the cord, but there were bloodstains on that part too. Plus, the joint between the weight and the cord had a bloodstain shaped like it was cut off by something.
Yep, they did have that there. But I mean, I guess if not the way that they showed the blood. That would have been blood all the way to the just the back of the hand, not the upper knuckles. Not if he was holding the cord and if his entire palm essentially is covered. Overall, good concept, but they're being a bit sloppy.
Isn't the size of that cut-off section about the same size as a human fist?
Ah, you're right. So this is the part Nagito was gripping, huh? And then the blood that was supposed to end up here ended up getting on Nagito's left hand.
But why is it so important to know which part of the spear he was gripping?
You're not gonna say he gripped the tip of the cord, swung the spear around, and stabbed himself, right?
That is where the clue to solve this mystery resides. Right, Chiaki? I am sorry. Of course this mystery will not be solved that easily.
Nagito was gripping the cord, extending from the butt of the spear with his left hand, but from there, how would he stab himself in the stomach?
It seems we are stuck. Shall we have tea time?
At a time like this, how about we stick to the plan to think one step at a time instead of expecting the answers all at once?
That's a long plan name.
One step at a time? What does that mean?
Let's focus on the spear first. Namely, where it was and how it was positioned just before it impaled Nagito.
How it was positioned.
Holding the cord like that would give even more sway to the weight. Because then if it is pulled up and over the girder, the weight is off center. So it's going to start swaying, which is going to be able to change its position as it comes down. There's a decent chance that the spear would not fall cleanly during that. Like it'd be jostled off falling straight down. And that is a dead center hit. Now, we could say he's the ultimate lucky student, but his luck tended to protect him. I mean, maybe there's way more cord off the top of the screen. Just before that, could it be state of the spear and the fact that Nagito was holding the tip of the cord? Put those together and think about it. We should be able to figure out where the spear was and the state of it before. sorry if I'm being hard on the game, folks, but I want it to do better. Blue. Oh, that's new. Yellow. Yeah, I definitely get what they're going for, but rope and Nagito's right hand in the spear's cord are the same thing.
It's all coming together. The spear impaled Nagito as he was laying face up. It must have been perpendicular to him just before that.
Perpendicular? In the middle of the air?
If Nagito did that all by himself, did he have some sort of ESP? That'd be awesome, but he probably used the ceiling girder directly above him.
Nagito probably slung the cord over the ceiling girder, and using that as a support. He hoisted the spear directly above him. And if Nagito let go of the cord, the spear would have fallen and impaled him while he was laying face up.
I mean, if we're fair, it's possible that the ceiling girder was really low. Because this would be in a warehouse. Given the height, we're probably looking at like 10 feet off the ground that girder is. So it's not unreasonable. Just seems really low for a warehouse girder.
I noticed a slight red streak on the ceiling girder. It probably got smeared there during the setup.
The blood on the cord probably rubbed off on the ceiling girder as the spear was falling. So, how about it? Using this method, Nagito could have impaled himself with the spear.
Are you serious? He really committed suicide? Like that?
He probably chose that spear so he could commit suicide like that. If someone else did this, there's no reason they'd go to all this trouble just to kill someone with a spear.
I agree. When I was investigating this case, I kept thinking over and over how strange it was. Why did the killer use the knife and the spear so differently?
So you're saying he needed to use that spear to pull off his trick?
So I wonder if the twist is going to be that how Nagito always said he'd assist someone.
Then this is for real? He really committed suicide? Every single wound on his body. That was all him?
Not just that, he did all that while he was gripping the spear? That spear should not have stabbed Nagito until the very end. Which means Nagito wounded himself while he was gripping that spear, right?
Did he put the duct tape on his mouth, too?
He probably covered his own mouth so we wouldn't hear him screaming in pain.
Did he need to go that far? That's beyond crazy. Why would he do that to himself?
He was probably trying to get us to make a mistake. By committing a suicide that looked like a murder, he was trying to steer us toward the wrong answer.
If that's the case, it's really sloppy for him. How quickly the characters solve this.
His goal was to get us all executed.
And that's why he stabbed himself over and over again?
Did he want us to die that bad?
That's messed up. That's seriously so messed up.
Yeah, that's our Nagito.
Mind-boggling malice that threatens us even after he's died. That's the form his malice took. I'd forgotten all about it until now. If he was here now, he'd probably be sneering at me.
However, there is one thing I still do not understand. He said he would reveal the traitor, right? Whatever became of that?
He was probably planning to kill the traitor along with the rest of us.
So why did he not just do that in the first place?
Because this is the thing. He planted the bombs, and the fake bombs at this point, but it did not seem like he was supposed to be able to be aware of that. Sonya knew they were fake, and Monokuma knew they were fake. So he sets up a truck full of bombs with the idea that it will... No, he said, hey, you're still here in the recording. So maybe he's supposed to have known that they were fake, too.
If he had no qualms with killing everyone, he did not have to cause a bomb scare to reveal the traitor.
I bet the bomb scare was part of the strategy behind this trick. He made us split up and search for a bomb so none of us would have an alibi. He created a scenario where any of us could have killed him.
He tried to make us doubt each other. And tried to hide the truth behind his suicide.
Did he cause a bomb scare for that reason alone?
He's a fucking bastard who killed himself for his delusions of grandeur. It's not that unthinkable.
You are right, I suppose.
Yeah, it appears we've come to a conclusion. The bastard Nagito committed suicide. It was all done by him so we'd be executed.
That should be okay, right? Right?
It's convoluted enough that it's the kind of thing he would do, but I can't see, based on his behavior up until this point, that this is all he would do.
What? You're not satisfied yet?
No, I agree that Nagito killed himself, but I feel like there's something that doesn't make sense. It's probably just my imagination.
Is Kane actually going to contribute? Let's find out. Sort of understand what she's talking about. I don't think it's a mistake to assume that Nagito committed suicide, but why do I feel so uneasy about it? Is it because we don't know who the traitor is,
So
or...
what are you gonna do? Is it okay to proceed with the voting time?
What do you think, Akane?
Well, there's no doubt Nagito's death was a suicide. Oh well, I guess my gut is wrong sometimes.
You are right. It is not as though we can draw any other conclusion.
Then it's okay to end it here, huh? That means we're done with this last class trial and we can leave this island, right? It's okay to reach such a happy ending, right?
Then it's okay? It's okay to say, you've decided on the killer? Understood. Then voting time.
No, hold on a sec.
Hold on. Why?
Sorry, just a little more. I want you guys to wait just a little more. I can't help but feel like there's still something we overlooked.
Like who the traitor is?
But the issue here is who killed Nagito, right? Even if we identify the traitor, the conclusion won't change.
That's true, but...
The mystery isn't just about who the traitor is. No
Huh?
matter how you look at it, Nagito's death is a suicide. But I'm a little worried, you know? I'm worried about starting the voting time while there's still a mystery.
Hey, what do you mean it's not about who the traitor is? What kind of mystery is left?
There's just one thing that doesn't make sense, and it relates to Nagito's death. Plus, it's something even Nagito couldn't influence. He couldn't even tamper with the evidence for it.
Something related to Nagito's death, and it's something that even he couldn't have messed with. Okay, can we turn it around? So, Monokuma didn't tell anybody that the bombs were fake. Monomi knows that the bombs were fake, and Sanya knows that the bombs are fake. Related to his death, and it's something he couldn't have messed with. As far as the Monokuma plushie, maybe it's supposed to be way smaller than it is presented as, you know? But it's not the first time that they've screwed up perspective as far as how close something is to the camera and how it's supposed to, you know, be sized proportionally. Just that it's sort of irritating when it's tied up that way. Because Monokuma seems to be about half the size of them.
You're gonna keep going? Here I thought we were finally finished.
Crap! Crap!
No. Oh. No. That's the panels being set by the door are still an emphasis of why he did it, like how he was the only one in there that could have done it. It's not the fireworks thing. It's not relevant yet. Hmm. There's a leap of logic I'm missing here. It's one of these things that supposedly he couldn't have changed or messed with. I mean, clearly that poison was for something because he's got all of the kit necessary um to use an airborne poison. Like how it says it's a blue piece of paper, but then they say it's a round, thin piece of aluminum. Well, aluminum paper, which never heard aluminum referred to in the form of paper. Doesn't seem like it should be any of these things. An Akuma file?
I see.
Okay, what about this doesn't
Is it
make
about
sense?
The Monokuma file?
Yeah, that's it.
Huh? There was something suspicious in the Monokuma file?
To Miss Nagito, the body was discovered inside the warehouse near the plushie factory. Time of death is believed to be noon sharp. Not only was there a spear stabbed into his stomach, there are multiple stab wounds on each thigh. There's a laceration on his left arm and a knife impaled through the right hand. Are they going to say the time of death? Cause of death? Ah. Those were Fs. Ace.
I got it! In this particular case's Monokuma file, there's no specific cause of death.
Isn't that weird? Until now, the files always specified the cause of death.
But the cause of death is obvious, is it not? The spear in Nagito's stomach. It is obvious just by looking at it that it was the cause of death.
Maybe it's not included if it's not important enough to write about.
I mean, the wounds to the thigh could easily have been lethal. There's critical arteries there. I mean, arm and hand probably wouldn't be lethal.
Well, Monokuma,
I plead the fifth!
If
There he goes again! I'm so appalled that I have nothing to say.
But even during Gundam's case, and before during Mikan's case, the thing he purposely omitted from the Monokuma file was always the most important mystery in the case.
Are you saying that applies this time too?
Hold on a sec. Then, are you saying there's more to Nagito's death? Are you suggesting, again, that his death wasn't a suicide?
You guys were the ones who said it was a suicide in the first place.
No, I don't think it's a mistake to call Nagito's death a suicide, but it's not just a suicide. Come to think of it, did Nagito really commit suicide just to get us all killed?
are you sticking up for him?
That's not what I meant. I mean it in a bad sense.
Bad sense?
I just remembered that his malice always defied our expectations, and that concerns me.
malice seems to be the wrong word again.
For example, would that malice just end here?
It's the only time he started to show it's he generally didn't take action himself. It was only when not Byakuya, was keeping everything on lockdown, that he was willing to take action himself. But otherwise, he was telling everybody, I'll help you. Like, I will do everything I can to help you commit a murder. Just come to me, and I will help you. He never showed outright hostility. It wasn't until he read the class file that he started to show kind of disdain, I would say. Like, it went from, you guys are obviously capable of it. You know, you guys are amazing. You can do this, to, you know, I guess you guys will blunder through this. I guess I can help you. Like, with the Gundam trial.
Huh?
Did Nagito's malice drive him to risk his life for a truth we'd reach this easily? I mean, this is Nagito we're talking about, you know?
At least they have a character recognizing this.
How interesting! You sure do believe in Nagito, huh? Because you believe in his malice, you continue to suspect his malice. I see. I guess that's what passes for friendship these days.
What friendship?
What should we do, you guys? Should we proceed with the vote? I think we should keep going until everyone is satisfied. Even if it's just to be safe.
You're right. We only get one chance to vote after all.
Just to be safe, huh? Guess I have no choice. If that's the case, I'll do my best to go along with it.
This is friggin' annoying. But if you guys say you're doing it, there's no way I'm gonna back out.
Hey, Monokuma! You heard us. The voting's gonna have to wait!
We've come this far. Let's work hard till the very end. If we work together, everything should be all right. That's what I believe.
Oh, splendid. You guys are so splendid right now. That's right. If all your hopes are united, no despair can shake you.
All your hopes are united, no despair can shake you, huh? Hey, think about it. Nagito said the same thing. The absolute hope that can overcome any despair. He said he was yearning for that. See, that's the thing. They're saying malice, but the absolute hope that can overcome any despair. Towards the end, he was like, I will be that hope. Like, that will be me, as opposed to, I will be a stepping stone for one of you to be that thing. But it was never like, I want to hurt you guys. No, never mind. I'm probably overthinking. Let's see.
No!
My heart was racing like crazy when I thought the voting time was going to start, but... well, if you think about it rationally, there's no way it was going to happen. We haven't done this bit yet. Most of the players probably figured that out too. You're the only one who didn't know. Isn't that right, Monomi? How much longer are you planning to sulk? Let's get along like we always do. Protracted awkward silence. Alright, you passed. Friendship is measured by how long you can stand the silence when you're all alone with someone else. So Monomi and I are the bestest of best friends. Don't say such stupid things. I hate you so much right now. Enough, why do I have to be hated that much? Besides, the fact that you snap at me like that, I don't trust you at all. Not even a teensy tiny 1mm bit. How sad. Just trusting your friend is much more shameful than being betrayed by that friend, you know. We aren't even friends in the first place. Then as your older brother, let me say this. You're not even my brother. It's sad to live a life without friendship. That's even sadder than watching a high school rom-com full of guys. mean, just because you're not into it, Monokuma. There may be some demands for that. Monomi gets it. I fell for it. I totally took the man bait. Never heard that one before.
I'm Monami. By now, there's nothing more for me to say. Anyway, my chest is full of pride right now. Everyone is united against despair. They're totally awesome. That's why I'm gonna fight too. I will fight the only way I can. I'm gonna show that guy my fearsome retaliation. That's basically it.
So if we're working together, where do we start? With the cause of death missing from the Monokuma file?
Why don't we try removing all our preconceived notions before we discuss this? In the beginning, our discussion advanced by assuming Nagito's death was caused by the spear. It's better to confirm if there are any other possibilities. That's what I think.
Other possibilities. Huh.
If something other than the spear killed Nagito, all I can think of is the knife stabbed into his hand, but...
That was definitely a gruesome wound, but it wouldn't be the fatal wound, don't you think?
I mean, he could have bled out from any of that.
If you think the cuts on his legs and left arm aren't the fatal wounds...
Are we finished already?
I feel like... it's possible that we overlooked something.
Then let's bring up whatever
Or
we can
looked,
think
huh?
of, one after the other. That might clear some things up.
Exactly! We should cooperate at a time like this.
Fatal wound that wasn't the spear. We don't even know if it actually exists, but if it does, we need to find out what it is no matter what.
Let us consider a different fatal wound.
It's not the knife in his right hand, right? It's
See
not the other
that?
wounds, right?
With all those wounds... maybe he simply bled to death.
There's no way he burned to death. Was the cause of death something that cannot be seen?
If it's something that can't be seen, maybe he choked himself with a sleeper hold. Or liquefied his guts with a body blow.
Just thinking about it, that's already a horrible death.
Has to be something to concur with. Better not be that. This is a weird connection.
Let us consider a different fatal wound.
It's not the knife in his right
There we go.
hand, right? It's not the other wounds, right?
With all those wounds... maybe he simply bled to death.
There's no way he burned to death. Was the cause of death something that cannot be seen?
I agree with that.
So the poison is instantaneous, is how it was described.
That's
Like,
it.
it'll
I totally
horribly
forgot
kill you
about that
right away.
possibility. If the cause of death was something we can't see, then we have to consider poison as a possible method.
Poison?
It is true that poison is not something we can see, but why did you bring that up all of a sudden?
I remember, when I went to investigate Nagito's cottage, I discovered something really strange. Inside the refrigerator, I found a bottle of Monokuma's special poison.
Poison?
Additionally, that's a poison made specifically for killing.
For poisoning use only.
I see. Now that you mention it, there's no way a toxin like that doesn't relate to the case at all. If poison was the cause of death, it would not leave an obvious wound on Nagito's body.
However, it's common for blood blotches to appear on a body that's been poisoned.
I see. You sure seem to know a lot about medicine.
What does that mean?
But, even if blood blotches appear, if the body was already covered in blood, there's no way we'd notice them easily, right?
Did he wound his body just to camouflage them?
That's also a possibility.
But still, both of Nagito's hands were full. So how would he drink poison?
His left hand was tied up and gripping the spear, and his right hand had a knife stuck in it.
Can aerosolize as soon as it reaches it aerosolizes easily.
If it was a slow-acting poison, it is possible he consumed it in advance.
Well, it was very fast acting.
No, the warning label on the bottle explicitly states the effect is instant.
Then it's impossible. Both his hands were full just before he died.
And this is when the hardtail appears.
You're totally overvaluing that tail.
His mouth was covered with duct tape, you know. If he wanted to drink poison, how'd he get it past his lips?
If there's no way he could have drank the poison, it might be impossible. Just kidding. It's not like we're out of possibilities yet.
Are there any left?
Hell no! No matter how you slice it, he was totally killed by that spear!
Since we've already ruled out so many possibilities, it might be easier to think about what really killed him. Operation Elimination Method. The hint should be written on the poison's warning label. Maybe.
Let's double check it so I know what they might ask here. Highly potent and takes effect immediately. Its volatility is low. This liquid is very dangerous when vaporized. It is heavier than air and breaks down in minutes. Susceptible to hydrolysis. Do. It'll break down in water too. Okay, the fire the fire suppression system, the fire grenades. Okay. So he uses the gas mask and whatnot to get the poison in the little totally not plastic canisters instead of the actual fire suppressant. Oh, dang. So he puts the poison in there. The fire goes off. He's got it all set up so that he's going to die shortly after. By letting the spear drop down. The spear would be fatal. But that's only going to be... He's going to be alive for that period. He's all set up to live for a while longer. So he'd need to bleed out. They throw the glass canisters in, which releases the poison. It's heavier than... It splashes up. It's heavier than air. So it creeps along the ground, which he inhales. And it kills him almost instantly. That makes him let go, and the spear tags him. Then the fire suppression system goes off and washes away any trace of the poison. Okay, let's see what kind of convoluted hoops they make me jump through to say that. I like the whole answer the question element of this, but the little mini game of it is sort of meh. Like, the snowboarding aspect is meh. It was a solid. Oop. Almost threw me off there. Whoops. Definitely jump that part, I think, if we're going at full speed, but I'll just slow down for that little bit. Through his nose. Super dangerous if it's inhaled. All right, the interesting of this one is getting better.
It's all coming together. What if instead of drinking the poison, we assume he inhaled it?
Inhaled?
So then the question becomes, if they all threw fire grenades into the room, who killed him?
It's written on the poison's warning label.
Highly potent and takes effect immediately. Handle with care. Though its volatility is low, this liquid is very dangerous when vaporized.
Dangerous when vaporized. In other words, breathing in the gas is fatal.
Poison gas! Then all he had to do was breathe it in through his nose!
He breathed that poisonous gas inside the warehouse? But if poisonous gas had spread throughout the warehouse, why didn't it kill us?
Sprinklers.
I see! The sprinklers in the warehouse. Thanks to those, we didn't inhale that poison gas.
The
Pull that
poison
in
gas
again, low to the
disappeared
ground.
because of the sprinklers? It wasn't the fire?
Well, this was also written on the poison's warning label.
Gaseous state is heavier than air, and it breaks down in minutes and is susceptible to hydrolysis. Isn't it? If it breaks down in minutes, wouldn't it be pretty reasonably volatile? Hey there, Levi. The sequence of events so far has been interesting and frustrating, I think, in equal parts.
Of course! Hydrolysis! The chemical bonds that form the poison were broken down by the water from the sprinklers!
I don't like how we've gotten here, but the implications of the scenario that were set up are looking cool.
Also, the poison is apparently denser than air.
And how it'll
so it
play
probably
out.
didn't affect us because we were standing.
But Nagito was laying down, so he must have breathed in a whole bunch of it, huh?
If it meets the requirements that well, maybe it's not just a possibility anymore.
Yeah, the true cause of Nagito's death was poisoning. The wounds on his body, the spear in his stomach, it was all to keep us from learning the truth.
So
Somebody
what?
objects.
Huh?
We figured out that Nagito died from poison, but so what? In the end, it doesn't change the fact that he committed suicide, right? Then enough already!
Nagito inhaled the poison he prepared and died. Yeah, that still sounds like a suicide.
Well, with this, we have a clearer picture. We've also determined the true cause of death. All right. All the mysteries should be solved now. We should get on with the voting time, right?
It's like, no, the poison acts too quickly.
Well, but
What? There's still more?
Not all the mysteries have been solved yet. And Nagito's motive is still unclear. Did he commit suicide just so he could kill every Well, it was at 12 sharp. That changes what I was thinking. Is that really his motive? Is that really
Hey,
okay?
What happened? There's no reason to wonder about that stuff anymore, you know.
Nagito's motive. Nagito's malice. I still think malice is the wrong word. Is this really okay? Can we really finish this here? No,
There
that
might
can't
have
be.
been an accomplice.
Huh?
Chiaki, what did you just say? If Nagito committed suicide by inhaling poison that he brought, then why wasn't there anything that looked like poison at the crime scene?
Anything that looked like poison?
If Nagito brought poison to the warehouse, it's strange that we couldn't find it there.
I see!
are you talking about the container the poison was kept in?
It needs to be kept refrigerated in a... Oh, yeah, here. Let's see, this should confirm. Glass or plastic container away from sunlight. I really think it was in the fire grenades. Because it said they were plastic, but they shattered with the sound of glass. And they shattered. So it would have been reasonable to put some of the poison in each of those, and that would explain why he had the gas mask and the gloves is as he was transferring it from the bottle to those. That would work.
Yeah, if Nagito brought it, it's strange we couldn't find that container anywhere, right?
He can't carry around poison without putting it in a container?
Yeah, that was written on the warning label.
Keep this liquid secure by storing it in a cool place in glass or plastic container away from sunlight. Again, if you have to keep it cold and away from sunlight, seems pretty volatile.
The container.
But maybe they're
probably
thinking like it's
melted in the
not...
fire.
Maybe would that be saying like it's not subjected to heat, like it won't ignite or something like that? Normally you'd say like combustible or inflammable for that.
It's probably plastic or glass, right? There's no way it'd completely incinerate. Even the plastic fragments of the fire grenades we used to put out the fire didn't completely burn up, you know?
Then, does that mean someone got rid of the container?
So that's why you mentioned an accomplice.
That is impossible! I mean, an accomplice? It is just too...
Like, does that really matter all that much? I mean, even if he had an accomplice, it doesn't change the fact that Nagito still committed suicide.
And if somebody helped him die...
You're right. Someone might have accidentally took it away from the crime scene.
Ah, you're right! You're totally right! That's totally it!
Right? Isn't it okay to close this case yet? I'm not in the mood for unexpected twists.
Can't we hurry up and close the case? I'm not in the mood for unexpected twists in this case that if we get it wrong, we'll all be executed. You want all the unexpected twists you can find. Like, every single one of them. I mean, Kazuichi's pretty dumb. Don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to get hurt anymore by hurting someone else. Everyone's tired of doubting everyone else. It's right up there with all the I can't believe this could possibly happen stuff that they keep spouting. I also feel that way. That's why I want to just rule that this is as Nagito's suicide. If I do that, nobody here has to get hurt, or they'll all get executed. And given the way that Monokuma executes people, I think it's gonna hurt. What is this line of reasoning?
That's
But
not good.
Huh?
I feel like Nagito is seeing through us. By calling this Nagito's suicide, we're trying to take the easy way out so we don't hurt anyone else. But if Nagito was here right now, he'd probably be sneering at us. He'd probably say something like, "So that's the extent of your hopes."
So Nagito's ghost is whispering to you, huh?
I mean, maybe he keeps saying his malice. Maybe if we think of it only in terms of how Nagito started acting towards them, starting with the funhouse murder. If we take it as that and how he behaved to them subsequently, then I could see them saying malice. But extending it all the way back to the beginning is reaching.
The power of friendship bursts beyond death, huh? A fiery outcome like this is right out of a teen manga. Still, that's pretty messed up.
Shut up! You just be quiet.
I get what you're saying, but in the end, the reason he died is still the same as before, right? Even if we solve this mystery, the conclusion won't change at all.
I mean, it'd be a suicide regardless, right?
Even if there really was an accomplice, is there any reason we should take the time to figure out who it is? Like Fuyuhiko said earlier, it is possible that somebody accidentally removed the poison from the crime scene.
But I just can't imagine ending this by turning our backs on the truth.
It's fine, okay? There are some things we're better off not knowing. And we probably just didn't notice it. Like maybe the container was hiding with the fire grenade fragments.
Akane, unintentionally helpful. For once. This feeling just now, even though it was brief, it was like a strong flash of light running through the back of my head. Maybe what Akane said just now might be a new clue. From there, I might be able to reach the answer. The way Nagito brought the poison, which means the thing he used as a container was... Oh, man. Dang it. Have to spell fire grenade. Only they would give me an I. Wine and you shall receive. Wow, they were very merciful in that little sequence.
I got it! I see. I got it!
Huh?
The fire grenades! Nagito put the poison inside one of the fire grenade canisters and transported it to the warehouse.
He used one of the fire grenade canisters?
Yeah, the container with the poison in it wasn't secretly taken away by someone. Instead, it was in a container that didn't need to be taken away in the first place. As long as he put the poison in the same container he brought to the warehouse, it can be hidden with the other fire grenades we used, so there's no need to dispose of the container later.
That bastard. He totally knew we were gonna throw those fire grenades.
Which means, did Nagito exchange the contents of a fire grenade?
Yeah, that has to be it.
When I first discovered those fire grenades, I tried to study them a little bit, but the canister was completely sealed shut by a layer of aluminum underneath the lid.
You just have to peel off that seal and swap the insides, right?
That is true, but there was no sign he was even at the break room.
The aluminum foil.
Hold on. Did you say aluminum?
Hajime, could it be?
If so, then there's no mistake. Nagito definitely swapped the contents of one of the fire grenades.
Seriously? That's impossible. Miss Sonia just said so right now.
Sonia's words are proof that the poison was swapped with the contents of a fire grenade. Huh?
Hey there, Megan.
I can prove it with this. Take a look. We found this under Nagito's bed when we were investigating his cottage.
We are in the midst of our potential Danganronpa 2 double feature. We're gonna try to finish the game today.
Huh? That's just a piece of trash.
No, that is not just a piece of trash. The seal I saw on that fire grenade matched this. It is the same aluminum.
You found the aluminum seal under Nagito's bed?
There's more. That's not the only thing we found in Nagito's room. We also found a gas mask and gloves under his bed, too.
Did he use those when he put the poison inside the fire grenade?
It's a dangerous poison after all. He took extreme caution when swapping them.
So what's the issue? Nagito put the poison in the grenade canister, brought it with him, breathed it in and died, right? So in the end, he still fucking committed suicide. Enough already!
You're right.
No.
If the canister wasn't thrown away, then it just means that there wasn't an accomplice after all.
See, I told you. The conclusion is still the same. Nagito committed suicide. End of story.
He made one of you at random kill him.
I admit that there wasn't an accomplice. That was just my misunderstanding. You're right. In actuality, the truth is even more horrifying.
What did you say?
Hey, what are you planning to say now?
They threw all the fire grenades. If one of the grenades contained poison, then one of them killed him.
What the hell? Do you still want to keep going?
Is this not settled? There is no denying that Nagito's death was a suicide. No, it's not.
Chiaki?
I'm sorry, but I just realized it.
Realized what?
I don't think they've told us the mastermind rule this time, and we also haven't established what the mastermind rule would do if the mastermind is dead.
We know Nagito used the grenade canister to store the poison. So when was it deployed in the warehouse? When did Nagito breathe in the poison? When I thought along those lines, that's when I realized it.
The horrifying truth?
It probably happened at the same time.
The moment the fire grenades were brought and the moment Nagito breathed in the poison were the same?
Are you saying it was when we all threw the fire grenades?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, whether this is going to be a moment when
When
Monomi
we all
steps
threw the
in and
grenades
says,
to put out
"You're
the fire in
breaking
the
the rules,
warehouse.
Monokuma," we'll see.
The poison was deployed, and it converted to poison gas and killed Nagito. If that is true, then the person who brought the poison and spread it was...
One of us.
What the heck?
One of us threw the poison grenade that killed Nagito?
Hold on a sec. Then Nagito was...
It would mean he didn't kill himself.
What the heck? But you said so yourself! You said Nagito committed suicide!
Then who killed Nagito?
You mean, who's the actual killer, right?
Do you know?
Because ruling that it was still Nagito would, I think, be reasonable in this, but I get the feeling that we're probably going to pull something else.
Who prepared the poison fire grenade that killed Nagito?
Well, no, remember, Peko Peko performed the killing, but she had tried to assert that it was on behalf of someone else. That it was Fuyuhiko that did it. Oh, no, you're right, because Fuyuhiko had to have commanded her to do it. She had to be a tool. How does that play in a suicide, though?
I see! It was Nagito, obviously. We just discussed this a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Then who set the warehouse fire that caused one of us to throw the poisoned grenade?
It's still Nagito. Oh, no.
Crap!
No. It'd still be Nagito set it up.
I see!
He still set up the fire.
That was also Nagito.
Hey, how many times are you gonna ask the same damn question?
The next question will be my last. Considering all the facts up till now, why did Nagito set the warehouse on fire?
I see! Don't tell me. He set the warehouse on fire just so we'd have to throw the fire grenades?
He set the fire just so we'd put it out? Why'd he do that?
It was a trap.
A trap?
Preparing the poison. Creating a reason for us to throw the poison. It was all a setup by Nagito. It was all a trap.
Because that
to
really
make one
does
of us
seem
throw
like
the
it would
poison
invoke
grenade.
the tool rule. Where he's using someone else to do it. Like,
Seriously, I'm asking you who threw it.
I don't know. The person who threw it probably didn't know either.
Huh? Could it be... Was that Nagito's trap?
This wasn't an intentional murder. This was a murder that Nagito forced someone to do. And for that reason. He put the fire grenade that he filled with poison with the other grenades. Setting up a murder nobody can solve. That was Nagito's true goal.
What? What the hell?
Nagito did not commit murder. Instead, he manipulated someone else into killing him? To do that, he set a trap to force someone to kill him. The poison grenade and the fire were traps. That's why the curtain was the fire's origin point. All the fire grenades we threw at the curtain shattered once they fell to the floor. Because of that, Nagito, who was laying face up on the floor, was able to breathe in the dense poison, and then...
Hold on. If that's true, you can't say the poison was the cause of death. It might be the poison's fault he let go of the spear, but the actual cause of death could be either one.
Even so, the poison is what caused him to let go of the spear.
That's right! Nagito's killer is the one who made him breathe the poison!
Yeah, it seems like the rule with Peko Peko should take effect given this.
Are you fucking serious?
That was his trap all along. Even the wounds all over his body, it was all to mess with the evidence for what actually happened. His true goal was creating a murder that nobody can solve. He wanted to prove to us that there are mysteries that just can't be solved with educated guesses.
He probably expected that his fake suicide would be found out. After all, a mystery that can be solved is destined to be solved in the end. However, he also prepared a mystery that couldn't be solved. As you solve mysteries and bolster your hope, a huge mystery comes along and slaps you in your faces! For those of you who believe there are no unsolvable mysteries, that is when you finally taste despair. Meaning, he used all of the prior class trial verdicts to prepare this trick. Not all mysteries can be solved. Such a devious trick he played on you, as expected of Nagito.
That's totally messed up. That's so fucked up.
It is my fault, because I told you all about the fire grenades. I am so sorry! Please vote me as the killer!
I mean, if we go the road of saying that the person who threw the grenade, since they delivered the poison, unwittingly, is the one that caused it, but the fact that she led them to the fire grenades and said that's what they are, throw these, would equally implicate her as a kickoff point.
That's not the fucking issue here!
It's not Miss Sonia's fault. This is all Nagito's doing.
But what should we do? How can we even figure out who the killer is?
It's impossible.
Impossible?
Nagito wanted to create a scenario where we couldn't make a decision. That's why we're at an impasse.
However, Monokuma also does not know who the killer is, right?
That's right. There's no way he'd be able to figure that out with just his surveillance cameras. If Monokuma doesn't know, this trial doesn't count. Isn't that right?
You know, I don't actually need stuff like cheap-ass surveillance cameras or whatever. I know perfectly well what's happening on this island at all times. I know you used the bathroom 3 times yesterday, Sonia. And one of those visits seemed to take a while.
Please stop! I will never become queen!
How can you? I'm so jealous. I mean, how can you have such an awful power?
So, of course this trial still counts. Do your very best to guess who the killer is.
Yes, he says.
Is giving up all we can do? No, it's too early to give up.
Is there any way to figure out who the killer is?
Even though it's just a hunch, it's possible that it's probably... There's one way, I think.
Really?
Hey, is it alright if we look at Nagito's crime one more time from the beginning? I want to make sure my hunch is correct.
It was definitely a poop reference.
Hajime, please.
More relevant is why that is what means that she'll never be queen. She's already implied that it... Usually, when you hear something like that, the joke is, I'll never be married, or something like that. You know, I'll never be queen. But that's not the case. Sonya has implied that she's already slept with someone. It's the fact that somebody knows she pooped or saw her. That's a disqualifying factor in her country. I mean, there's already enough weird stuff going on in Novoselic or whatever the name of the place was. Doesn't mean the trial is over yet. Even though I don't know who killed Nagito, it should be clear what kind of trap he set. Then I have to do it, even if it leads to despair.
Let's do this then.
Alright, let's see here. Okay. MP3 player won't be used because it's already a tile, same with the Monokuma one. It's this. Same with the gas mask. Duct tape. Nope. Part of the setup. Okay, and then the fire. Okay, they throw that. Something here. Oh.
Here's everything that happened
Yeah,
in this case.
it's oddly placed as far as that
The person
one
who actually
page, but
arranged this incident was the victim, Nagito Komaeda.
that was the monitor telling them to come to the warehouse.
kept a specific item inside his cottage that he needed for his plan. Monokuma's special poison, which he brought with him from the Octagon. Using the gloves and gas mask that he got from the military base, Nagito swapped the contents of a fire grenade he took from the plushie factory break room with that poison. When he did that, a specific item was left as evidence, the blue aluminum seal on the grenade. With that, Nagito finished making the poisoned fire grenade, took it with him to the factory, and put it back with the rest of the grenades in the break room. The next morning, Nagito appeared before us and declared that he hid a bomb somewhere. While we were looking for the bomb, that's when Nagito headed over to the goods warehouse. In order to set up a fire, Nagito arranged the Monokuma panels in a line going from the door.
They have made Nagito look just plain sinister in these panels. When normally he's kind of, he gets more crazy eyes than he does look sinister, you know? It's kind of a wide directional yandere kind of look, you know?
To the curtain and placed an oil lighter in front of it. From there, Nagito set his insane plan in motion. First, he hung the spear that he took from Nezumi Castle from the ceiling girder by its cord. Then he tied his arms and legs at the back of the warehouse with rope. However, he burnt off the rope on his right arm beforehand. In doing so, he made sure that only his right hand was free while his remaining arm and legs were tied up. As he gripped the tip of the rope hanging over the ceiling girder with his left hand, he lay down face up, just beneath the dangling spear.
I mean, as far as the spear hitting, it would still be able to fall straight down pretty well if there was a whole lot of excess cord, but we can see there isn't a lot of excess cord, which means that weight would probably hit the girder. Well, it'd have to have hit the girder.
But this was just the beginning
still say
of
that's a
Nagito's
hole.
plan. And
Like-
then he did something no one could have predicted. First, he covered his mouth with duct tape, and after making sure he was unable to scream, he stabbed himself with the knife multiple times in his left arm and in both of his thighs. Finally, he propped the knife on the plushie and slammed his right hand onto the blade. He didn't just want us to think he was tied up, he also wanted us to think he'd been tortured. Through all this, Nagito never let go of the spear. His plan still wasn't over. In fact, it was just about to begin. Meanwhile, we finally arrived at the plushie factory and found Nagito's message.
That's what I was messing up. That's not the fire. That's the fireworks going on.
After seeing his message, we instantly made our way to the warehouse. But that was part of Nagito's plan.
Wait, so Monokuma didn't tell anybody about the fireworks. Sonya knew about the fireworks, and Monomi knew about the fireworks. So either Nagito witnessed her using the fireworks, got a hold of some fireworks himself, or was informed by either Sonya or Monomi.
We opened the door to the warehouse, which inadvertently started the Monokuma panel domino effect. The panels fell one after another until they reached the lighter, tipped it over, and ignited the curtain. Shocked by the sudden fire, we rushed to the factory's break room to obtain some fire-extinguishing grenades. We then aimed for the fire's origin point, which was the curtain, and unloaded the entire supply. It never occurred to us that one of those grenades was the poison grenade that Nagito had prepared. The poison sank to the floor, instantly vaporizing due to the intense heat, and spread everywhere. The poison gas quickly drifted to the curtain at the back of the warehouse, where Nagito was. Also, Monokuma's poison has a unique quality in which it becomes heavier than air when vaporized. That poison gas completely surrounded the area where Nagito lay face up on the floor. There, Nagito inhaled the poison, and if it didn't instantly kill him, he certainly lost consciousness. Which caused him to let go of the rope in his left hand, and the falling spear plunged into his stomach. This is all the information related to Nagito's plan. His true intention was to set one of us up as the killer. At this time, we still don't know who the killer is, because the killer wasn't aware they killed someone. Try as we might, we cannot reach that truth. That was Nagito's trap. In conclusion, the fact that we can't determine the killer's identity.
See, if Nagito's pattern, like what he declared at the beginning, that he wanted to be used as a stepping stone was true, then he would be presenting himself to somebody else to be a tool, even if he came up with the entirety of it. If it was at the behest of someone else, then that mastermind rule could come into play. How this plays out is going to be interesting. Because this still seems like if this is the end of it, if this is all Nagito's plan, then Nagito still did it.
This should be the truth behind Nagito's trap.
How about it, Chiaki? Will that help you figure out who the killer is?
Chiaki?
Just as I thought. It's impossible, isn't it?
Are you saying we just have to vote for someone?
What Hajime said is probably true. That's part of the reason why I thought it was a little strange. Did Nagito really not care who the killer was?
Huh?
He said this to us earlier.
It's going to be fine. I'm pretty sure everything will work out in the end. After all, there's no way hope can lose. Absolute hope that can break through any despair can never lose in a place like this. And not only that, I believe in you all. I believe in the time we spent together.
That feeling of belief is at the heart of his trick. He believed we'd notice the fire grenades. He believed we'd try to extinguish the flames. And he believed we'd fall into his trap. By believing in us, Nagito was able to put his life-threatening plan into effect.
What do you mean, believe?
And what's wrong with that?
There's one more thing, remember? Something that Nagito believed in from the bottom of his heart. I want you to try to remember what that is.
I see!
Nagito believed in his talent as the ultimate lucky student.
All the time we've spent together, I believe in you guys. And more than anything, I believe in my ultimate luck. Okay, I didn't recall him saying that, but we know that he did have confidence in his luck. It's definitely going to be all right.
Guess the last thing he could believe in was his own talent.
That's not so strange, really. Most of us here have been relying on the same thing.
But, in his case, it was pretty remarkable, wasn't it? It almost seemed like he had blind faith in it.
You're right. The same thing happened when he cleared the final dead room at the funhouse.
Wasn't life-threatening at all. Just a little escape game that ended with some Russian roulette. Explaining Russian roulette. Saying how, you're only supposed to load one bullet. He loaded 5. Yep. Gonna repeat that. Did the same thing when the first killing happened in the old building. He depended on his luck and was able to get cleaning duty just as he wanted. Oh, I didn't recall that. Just trusted my luck. I trusted I'd be picked for cleaning duty. You just relied on your luck. Not just luck. It's true my talent is trash, but I'm still the ultimate lucky student, you know? I mean, as that, like, later on when he described how much his luck can influence events, it's not a trash talent. That's like, he's got like an S tier talent. He's a walking luck sink as far as everybody else is around him is concerned, and how he'll have to go through an incident, but he comes out of it wild net positive. I'm called the ultimate lucky student. You don't seem to be very lucky right now. At the time, Hajime said I wasn't lucky, but it was actually the opposite. I was lucky. That's why I got picked for cleaning duty. Yep.
But his luck doesn't have anything to do with the case this time, right?
I just thought it was strange that it doesn't connect to anything.
Huh?
He factored in his belief in us, but for some reason he didn't factor in his own luck. No, there's no way. I mean, this is Nagito we're talking about.
What did he do?
You know, he wasn't just after anybody. He probably had a target. A target he was aiming for all along. A person to set up as the killer.
Doesn't ring any bells, casemate.
A target? Who?
The target's true identity. Even Nagito didn't know it. That's why he relied on being the ultimate lucky student, and incorporated that luck into his plan.
Was he hoping, using his luck, that the traitor would be hit?
As long as he had his luck, he believed the target he was after would pick up the fire grenade.
You mean he left his plan to luck?
He risked his life for that?
Ah.
He probably risked his life just so his ultimate luck could decide this.
Who is it? Who's the target Nagito is after? I see! That's it? The traitor. Nagito was after the traitor, huh?
Then he relied on his luck to weed out the traitor?
Nagito didn't know who the traitor was until the very end. All he could do was rely on his own luck.
I have no idea. Kind of like I was mentioning before, the traitor aspect has largely been irrelevant. But let's see here. There has been somebody working... We know there's been somebody working with... Like, we definitely have evidence that there is a traitor. And I think this is meant to be that evidence. That, it's supposedly Monomi's diary, but Monomi and Monokuma can't hold pencils to write with. Oh. Well, that makes sense, casemate. It explains the all guardsman thing.
Then what he said in his video message
Work with just any student handbook if you want to disarm that bomb. Okay, so we know it's not Chiaki. Found out who the traitor was after secretly monitoring everyone's activity, but I was a little annoyed that they never came forward.
So he was just bluffing.
That's probably true. By that point, his plan should have already been in motion.
And it's just as Nagito said at the beginning, his purpose was to weed out the traitor. If we just believed in what Nagito said, we would have reached the answer much quicker. Probably not. The reason we took so long, was it really because we didn't believe in him? It would have been a huge logical leap, even worse than every other logical leap that they've done in this game, in order to go from Nagito being, like, super mutilated to, oh, well, he was just trying to weed out the traitor using his super luck in this amazingly complicated kind of death machine that he'd set up around himself.
But if he just wanted to out the traitor, he didn't have to go this far and make that person the killer.
I mean, if this kind of mechanism would work, then wouldn't he just be able to put all the names in a hat and draw one? Maybe the assertion is that his luck is a monkey's paw kind of scenario. Like, I joked that he was essentially a walking monkey's paw before, that there has to be a trade for it. Like, you know, in the hijacked plane scenario, the hijacker was killed by a meteorite, but it also killed his parents. He was kidnapped, but he also won the lottery as a result. Is maybe there has to be a trade, so maybe he had to set up a horrible death for himself in order to reveal the traitor by random chance.
Damn it! We're all in a huge bind because of that!
It means he wants us to beat the traitor.
By finding out who the traitor is, our hopes will shine even brighter by overcoming that despair. That's something he'd say.
Mon ami, it looks like you've got something you want to say. But you better just keep your mouth shut.
And that concludes my argument. Nagito's plan was to make the traitor kill him. What are you gonna do? Are you guys gonna believe me?
Relied on his luck to aim for a target, but he didn't even know who he was aiming for. Sounds way too unbelievable to actually have happened, but...
The only thing we can do is believe.
If we don't, then we'd just be relying on our luck when we cast our votes.
But even if we do believe, what should we do?
If I had to guess who the traitor is, I'm gonna guess Sonya. Failing that, mono me.
I mean, if we don't know who the target is, there's no way we can even vote.
But mono me would be weird, because mono me didn't throw a grenade. So, I'm gonna guess Sonya.
You are absolutely right. It is hard to think the traitor would reveal themselves now. If, by chance, the traitor revealed themselves during that bomb scare, what would have happened? Would it have stopped Nagito from acting so reckless?
Huh?
But they couldn't help it. Even if they wanted to reveal themselves, they couldn't do it.
Because, if it's Sonya, then it's because Sonya wasn't there. Sonya came running in at the end saying it's not a bomb.
Because they weren't created to do that.
Well, that seems silly.
Chiaki?
What's wrong, Chiaki? Get a hold of yourself!
That's why I want you guys to guess.
You want us to guess?
Yeah, I want you to guess.
What? What does that mean?
Who do you think it is, Hajime? Who do you think the Future Foundation sent to infiltrate your group as the traitor?
Why?
A traitor who's not allowed to think that they're different from everyone else.
Why?
A traitor who can only interact with everyone as a traitor.
Why?
Because that's the nature of their existence. They can only exist as a traitor.
Seriously, why?
Who do you think is the traitor? Hajime, please.
Okay. Here's another way to look at it. If it's Chiaki, let's assume that it's Chiaki. When she scanned her pad, that confirmed to Nagito that he was right. And he was just relying on his luck then that she would be the one to kill him. Not to identify her. Like, he knew it was her and he wanted that. The fact that she stepped forward and scanned doesn't mean that she wasn't. It means that she was. If it's Chiaki. So we're going to try Chiaki.
It's... you? Chiaki, you're the traitor?
Please! Hold on!
Aw, you totally guessed right. Just as expected. Yep, you're correct. I'm the traitor. The agent sent by the Future Foundation to hide among you all is me.
Okay, so like I said before, though, this is irrelevant. Like, are they going to show us something that said Chiaki was actually working against them? Because she's been a critical asset in the trials. Now, it could also be that I chose wrong and there's going to be some sort of, it's going to be like that really horrifying alternate reality thing that they did in the first one. But let's find out.
Hey, Chiaki. Are you being serious right now?
Chiaki is the traitor? That is a lie, right? Surely you must be joking.
I'm sorry. It's the truth.
So what did she do? And is it something that was apparent to us?
Hey, what are you saying sorry for?
What does this mean? You... Up till now... You've been tricking us?
What?
How?
We were not tricked! After all, we have been working together all this time. We have been helping each other all this time. Chiaki, being a traitor, being a member of that horrifying Future Foundation, that is obviously a lie.
Please, wait! The Future Foundation isn't what you think it is!
Shut the fuck up! We're talking to Chiaki!
No, I have nothing more to say.
Why?
'Cause we already know the killer's true identity. So the only thing left to do is vote.
Hold on! We're not satisfied yet. If you say you are the traitor, please provide an explanation that will help us understand. We cannot vote until we are satisfied. That is what you said earlier, Chiaki.
Hey, if you're really the traitor, why'd you wait till now to reveal yourself?
It's weird, isn't it? Waiting until right now to out yourself.
It's definitely strange, right? Or rather, why was I able to do that? Maybe... I wanted to protect everyone, no matter the cost.
Huh?
Hey, Hajime. Can you do me a small favor?
Favor? Me?
I want you to prove to them that I'm the traitor.
What? What are you saying? Why do I have to do that?
I want to explain everything to you guys, but as I expected, that's rather difficult. That's why the only thing I can do is plead with you. I want you to do it. I believe you can prove it.
Whether I can prove it or not, that's not the problem. Don't you understand? You may as well be asking me to kill you. There's no way I can do that.
I mean, where's the basis for this being relevant?
I'm very sorry, but this is the only way. So please.
Looks like we gotta do what we can. It's not like I believe she's the traitor. There's just no way we can ignore this without confirming it.
If she was just disguised or something, this would have been a heck of a lot easier for us to understand, but...
She's not disguised at all! 'Cause Chiaki isn't the traitor.
Monami?
Too bad. I'm not part of the same group as that girl. I don't know anything about that girl at all.
Hey, are you trying to cover for her like that? You suck!
I've always been alone. I have no friends. Anywhere. That's why I have no relation to Chiaki whatsoever.
Hajime, you're going to listen to my request, right?
Chiaki isn't my friend. I hate Chiaki so much.
Monomi and Chiaki's relationship, proving it here, is that the only way?
Hajime, you stupid face! Let's all get along. I won't let you. Let's all get along. Burst open and mix! I can't lose. Hajime, you stupid face! I won't let you. Burst open and mix! I'll lower your grades. Disappear! Hajime, you stupid face! Let's all get along. I'll lower your grades. Hajime, you stupid face! Let's all get along. I won't let you. Let's all get along. Burst open and mix! I can't lose. Chiaki and I aren't best friends.
Monomi's notebook.
This is the end! When we investigated Nagito's cottage, I discovered a notebook with the new Sami logo on it. That's your notebook, right? The one Nagito stole from you.
I don't know.
Don't tell me. Is that where the traitor's true identity is written?
That's right! Since I knew something like this would happen, I made sure to bring it here today.
Oh, so sudden?
Give me that notebook!
Was able to talk with everyone for the first time today. Monokuma showed up and things turned bad. Byakuya is the leader. A lot of things happened today, so everyone's tired.
What is this? Is this Monami's diary?
Is the traitor's identity written in here?
Nagito was probably looking for that too, so that might be why he stole the notebook. But you wouldn't know who the traitor is just by reading this notebook. Of course, Nagito wouldn't know either. However, it's different for me.
You know?
It took me this long, but I finally understand.
Truth is, I might have already known the moment I found this notebook. Just I wanted to turn my eyes from the truth it contained. Now I clearly know. I can't help but know.
First of all, this isn't Monami's diary. Apparently she can't write.
Then the one who wrote this is...
Someone connected to Monami. Meaning, it's not a mistake to think that the traitor wrote it.
If so, is this like a report that the traitor was sending to Monami?
Is it evidence that they were observing our actions and reporting to Monami?
But how would you know who the traitor is from that?
Because there's an entry written in here that only me and one other person would know.
I can't remember. So, wild guessing.
In the notebook, there was a specific entry.
So, I don't like this because I can't look at the evidence and see that there's an entry that covers it. Oh, okay, no. But I do recall that they showed this. It should show it when I look at it, though. We've been in the funhouse for 3 days. Everybody's hungry and on edge. Hajime tried to go to the final dead room today. He's probably panicking because no one believes him.
There it is. It's true. I tried to go inside the final dead room, but the only one who knew that.
Yep, Chiaki intercepted him. You shouldn't go in there. You won't find what you're looking for.
That's right. The only person who knew that is Chiaki. That's why Chiaki is the only person who could have possibly written about this.
There must be some mistake. I mean, if Chiaki is the traitor, what was all that time we spent with her? Was that all a lie too?
Miss Sonia.
Chiaki is... She is being controlled by Monokuma. That is why we should help her.
I'm not satisfied either. I mean, if you were the traitor, there's no way you'd do something so stupid when we found the bomb.
Really stupid to be fighting over something like this. So, with an annoyed expression on her face, Chiaki walked over to the bombs without saying a word, took out her handbook, and scanned it. Like it was wrong.
Now that you mention it, Chiaki immediately went to the card reader with her handbook.
She tested it out right away after being told it would only react to the traitor's handbook.
That doesn't make any sense. A traitor would be more cautious than that.
Chiaki probably knew the bomb was a fake. That's why she also knew Nagito's trap was a bluff.
So this makes sense because if she's working with Monomi, and Monomi knows that they're fake.
She knew? That is a mistake. That must be a mistake. Why are you saying such things? Do you really want Chiaki to be the traitor?
Of course not.
I'm still... Okay, let's hope, fingers crossed, they're going to explain what she did that makes her a traitor. This is alarmingly similar to the Sakura is the traitor thing. The only thing that made traitor relevant in the first game was that they were declared the traitor. They were working with them, but they had been nothing but at least friendly and useful for the rest of it. Chiaki has been, with Byakuya dead, with the imposter dead, fantastically useful. So What made her a traitor? Maybe we'll learn this.
I will not believe it! I refuse to believe Chiaki is a traitor! There is just no way!
I don't want to believe it either. I don't want to believe,
then
but...
nobody will be saved.
Chiaki is not the traitor!
When we were trying to turn off the bomb, didn't Chiaki use the card reader right away?
If she's a traitor, she would have been more cautious.
There's no way Chiaki would have known if that bomb was fake or not. The only person who knew it was a fake was me, when I tried to detonate it.
Unless you know a whole lot about bombs, there's no way you know if it's fake just by looking at it.
Okay, I think it's me.
Chiaki is not
Is
the
the,
traitor!
When we were trying to turn off the bomb, didn't Chiaki use the card reader right away?
If she's a traitor, she would have been more cautious.
There's no way Chiaki would have known if that bomb was fake or not. The only person who knew it was a fake was me, when I tried to detonate it.
Unless you know a whole lot about bombs, there's no way you know if it's fake
I
just
feel
by
like
looking
that's
at it.
also the target because it blocks it so effectively.
Chiaki is not the
When we were trying to turn... Didn't Chiaki use the...
If she's a traitor, she would have been more cautious.
There's no way Chiaki would have known if that bomb was fake or not. The only person who knew it was a fake was me, when I tried to detonate it.
Unless you know a whole lot about bombs, there's no way you know if it's fake just by looking at it.
Chiaki is not the
When we were trying to turn... Didn't Chiaki use the...
If she's a traitor, she would have been more cautious.
There's no way Chiaki... If that bomb was fake, the only person who knew it was a fake was me, when I tried to detonate it.
That's not it. That's not it. Sonia shouldn't have been the only one who knew it was a fake.
I normally don't mind this one, but there are times when the piece of evidence that you're supposed to present is vague enough, and the target is fiddly enough that it can be frustrating. It's less painful when you have the abilities like, I can just spam right-click to break the purples without having to worry that I'll misclick and suffer like a ×2 penalty.
Monami was also there when you found out the bomb at the military base wasn't real. You said so yourself.
Is that true, Miss Sonia?
Chiaki heard about it from Monami. That's why she knew the bomb was a fake.
Since I've been found out, I'll just confess. The reason I couldn't tell anyone I knew the bomb was a fake was because if I had said that, I would have had to explain how I heard about it from Monami.
I did not want to hear that! Enough already. Please do not say another word. I do not want this anymore. I am so very tired of doubting people.
Sonia.
And just because she knew the bomb was a fake does not mean we should decide she is the traitor! Even if she knew the bomb was fake, that does not prove Chiaki is the traitor. If that counts as evidence, I should be doubted too. After all, I also knew the bomb was fake.
Knowing it was a fake isn't the problem. What matters is who told her. What matters is that she heard about it from Monami.
There was someone other than me and Monami who knew that bomb was fake. That someone Monokuma! Monokuma said so earlier, correct? He knows everything about this island. Monokuma probably told Chiaki that he was fake beforehand.
There we go.
You're right. Monokuma probably knew the bomb was a fake. But Monokuma shouldn't have told anyone either.
Now, was it that the traitor was... Did they just declare that the traitor was working with the Future Foundation? Maybe that's what they're going for, but still. Maybe it's meant to be that the fact that they're declared a traitor for working with the Future Foundation is why they're declared to be a traitor. It's just there's somebody who's working with the Future Foundation, and that they've been given the wrong impression of the Future Foundation. That still... It's another one of those, it's being trotted out for drama, but it doesn't feel like it's relevant to the story. I'm guessing that it's that Nagito set up the traitor to die, or the Future Foundation agent to die. But the fact that Chiaki is the Future Foundation agent is why she's been so very helpful and effective. If we take into account that it's meant to be a mistake and that Chiaki is a sacrifice at this point, or a martyr, then okay. It's better than the Sakura reveal. But we'll see. Where did Nagito obtain the bomb? I wonder. If I'm going to give you guys a hint, then you should know it wasn't from the military base. The bombs there are all fakes. I know that already. You should have said so earlier. But if I kept quiet, it would foreshadow that a killing was going to happen. That's why I'm just now telling you for the first time. Yeah.
That... Monokuma may have just been lying.
No, he won't lie at times like this. You already know that.
Hajime, are you going to believe Monokuma over Chiaki?
That's not it.
It's just, even if Chiaki is the traitor, is it really okay to vote for her? That basically just means we have to believe in Nagito's luck, right?
That's not it.
Are you telling us to trust his luck? Are you telling us to entrust our lives to that bastard?
There's no way I can believe in Nagito.
I'm telling you that's not it. We shouldn't believe in Monokuma or Nagito. We have to believe in Chiaki.
Huh?
It doesn't matter who the traitor is. Even if Chiaki is the traitor, that's not the Chiaki I know. I believe in the Chiaki who's been with us this whole time. That Chiaki is saying she wants to protect us with her life. So the only thing we can do is believe her. If we don't, nobody's going to be saved.
Damn it.
Hey, can you listen to me a little? There's nothing to be sad about, you know? 'Cause this is different from what happened before. Unlike before, you guys don't have to stay alive by doubting someone. You guys can stay alive by believing in me.
Are you telling us to believe in you and sacrifice you? That is just too cruel.
I'm sorry.
I would be on board with that, casemate, if Chiaki was not being so sad about it. Like, she's a happy sort of resigned as opposed to trying to motivate everybody. Or she's a content sort of resigned.
Chiaki!
Monami, I'm sorry too. You're probably gonna get scolded by a lot of different people for this. But still, I want to protect everyone by any means. And I'm happy that I'm able to do that.
It's not up to me to decide whether that's right or wrong. However, I believe it's truly amazing that you were able to think like that. We could even call this a miracle.
Hey, what have you two been talking about? Everyone's jaws are dropping, you know?
I know. It's voting time, right?
Hey, Chiaki.
You don't have to worry. Believe in me, and cast your vote.
God damn it!
Why did it end up like this?
It's a reasonable parallel, casemate. Yeah, I'll take it. Not fair. I feel the same as everyone else. There's no way I can agree to this. Emptiness, loneliness, sadness. But most of all, I'm ashamed of my weakness. But, even so, I have to move forward. If we believe in the person who's urging us forward, then we have to start walking. Yeah, this reinforces that. This reinforces the Gurren Lagann parallel. Believe with as much hope as possible in what lies ahead. Doot, 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 doot.
Even so.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, Gurren Lagann is one of those anime that you kind of need to see. Man, I'm pooped. Let's go ahead and announce the result. The thing is, Quinn, I don't think you can see this coming from the start. It's that notebook is the only time that they hint at somebody. Is like associated with Monomi. All we know is that Monomi had that. The problem being, it's irrelevant that she was the, quote, traitor. And it's revealed now as a, well, that made her the victim of Nagito. But we also know, yeah. So this loops back around to our question earlier, casemate, as to whether the mastermind clause applied here. The premise of this is that Nagito's luck made it so that the traitor would be the one that threw the poison. The question that we had was whether that Nagito doing this would have made would have made them the tool. The mastermind clause was that if somebody is the one pulling the strings and either directing somebody or directing somebody else to do the killing, then they're still the killer. So in the case of Danganronpa 2, the example of that is Peko Peko's execution. Peko Peko asserted that she was a tool and only acting on the behest of Fuyohiko. so that if she was voted for, then it was wrong because he used her to kill. I feel like that should apply here. Is that Nagito acted in such a way is to force somebody else to be the killer. It didn't matter who, he was just forcing somebody else to be the killer. This would be the equivalent of he set up a gun on a door, and if you opened that door, it would cause the trigger to go off and shoot him in the chest. It's, did you actually do the killing? In the case of this death game, this isn't the first time that they've sort of broken the rules, or at least broken the spirit of the game. I still contend that the despair virus and the funhouse starvation clause breaks the spirit of the game. In that it either goes against the kind of the spirit of the rules as they presented them, explicitly goes against the rules as they expected them, or similar.
Yahoo!
Damn it!
Chiaki is the traitor that was working with the Future Foundation. They did a better job of cleaving to those rules. I think it suffered from the same problem with the traitor reveal. Is there any of the characters that... And I don't think any of the killings felt actively bad in the first one. They did have at least one instance of Monokuma cheating in the first one. And they call him on it, but I still think that was executed better than... Because in this one, when it is Monokuma breaking the rules, they called him on it in this one, and they followed through. But then the despair virus and the starvation clauses feel like they are premises that would break the rules. As in, if somebody afflicted with the virus kills somebody else, that doesn't seem like they did it, because it was a mind-altering effect. And if they died of starvation, then Monokuma killed them by starving them.
Yeah.
And additionally, we have Kazuichi surviving this, and I just don't feel like that's right. I mean, Byakuya in the first one was a jerk, but he was competent. Yasuhiro was, let's roll him in with Akane. Swimmer girl, I can't remember her name from the first one. Let's roll them in with Fuyuhiko. She had a bit of an arc. Like, Sakura's trial was some emotional, an emotional story for her at the very least. There we go. But Kazuichi is just annoying. He's kind of like Teru Teru light. The fact that Chiaki was the traitor, the fact that Nagito's crime depended entirely on his luck. Everything was true.
Damn it.
Plus, that means Nagito managed to pull it off.
Congratulations, everyone.
Damn it.
Having trouble reading the lines because Sky and Ember are in the way. Ah, that's fair. That's fair, casemate. He is he is akin to Toko. The so if we look at the characters that are left, you have Akane is our Hina parallel. We have Kazuichi is our Toko parallel. Sanya is our Byakuya parallel. She is the nice, naive mirror image of Byakuya. Fuyuhiko, though, doesn't line up with Yasuhiro. I mean, I guess we could blur a little bit there.
Damn it!
Not celebrating at all. Chiaki, let me ask you one more time. Are you really part of the Future Foundation? An agent of the organization that brought us to this island. Is that really your true identity?
I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys.
I mean, I guess we should be happy that Teru Teru did not survive as our overly fetishy character. As in, they had too much of an overtly fetishy thing for one of the other characters. Sherbet has jumped up on my headrest, so he's going to get some pets real quick.
What?
That is...
Cannot believe it, even though I do not want to believe it. There is no choice but to believe it, right?
I'm sorry.
It would have been better if I could have said it sooner, but I couldn't say it no matter what. Because I can't betray the Future Foundation. Can't betray?
What?
Even if you want to fly, you can't, right? Even if you want to swim where you please, you can't, right? It's the same for me. Due to the nature of my existence, I will never be able to betray the Future Foundation. I'm still getting that simulation vibe here. What the heck? I mean, it would be wildly less interesting if she was like an android or some, well, gynoid in this case, but a droid. What, you didn't like pseudo-Cajun drifting pseudo-Southern? Or U.S. Southern? Gynoid is a female droid. Just like Android is a male droid. Android generally gets used universally. But it's Androdroid. You know. Andromorph and gynomorph, you know. You did something similar. What you did is no different than sharing your secret yourself. Pause. You're right.
Why?
Now's not the time to be laughing.
Well,
But strangely enough, I don't have any regrets. In fact, I'm somewhat happy. Able to think I wanted to protect everyone. That's why I feel proud of my actions. But yeah, Android tends to be used universally. At least in common usage. There isn't really a gender association with it, but technically Android is male formed. At least I think that was the case. Last I looked it up, I thought. We asked why you were in the Future Foundation and stuff.
I'm sorry.
That is...
Even if you were a traitor, you never betrayed us. Thank you. You will always be our friend, even now. We don't blame you for this. That's why you don't need to apologize.
Yeah.
So the traitor was revealed and Chiaki lost. In the end, it all went according to Nagito's plan. About that, was that really Nagito's goal? Is it really okay to say he was trying to find the killer and eliminate them? If so, isn't that strange? Yeah, it's really just an obscure factoid. Strange. I mean, we nearly lost, right? And if Chiaki hadn't said anything, we definitely would have lost. You've raised a good point. That's exactly it. Even though Nagito said he would weed out the traitor, he never said he would kill the traitor. Huh?
Yes, indeed.
Congratulations, you successfully stopped Nagito's plan. I mean, Nagito's plan was to reveal the traitor and kill everyone else besides the traitor. Kill everyone else besides the traitor?
Are you serious?
Was Nagito's goal. Why would he do something like that? To form a plan that only the traitor would survive? Is he really that twisted? Okay. Okay. Are we actually going to get a good twist here? Is it that Nagito figured something out that made him want the Future Foundation agent to survive over everyone else? Hello, Sherbet. I'm getting some purrs and kitty kisses here, so I'm going to give him the attention he wants. He has flopped down onto my shoulder and the back of my neck here a moment. Hello, buddy. Hello. Is being remarkably snuggly right now. Sherbet generally don't do this. I generally don't wear shorts, so I wouldn't know. Mine generally go for the top of my head. or like my arms and hands. Yeah, Sherbet is being remarkably snuggly.
Nope.
We have not gotten to the execution yet, Gwen. It's okay. Okay, what?
Well,
I mean, it's not just Nagito's fault. If the circumstances had been different, he probably wouldn't have taken things this far.
Chiaki!
You really are a kind-hearted person. Sherbet is all over me here. Sherbet is normally stays at about arm's reach. But he is in a tight orbit at the moment. Really are a kind-hearted person. Huh? You think so? Wonder where you get your personality from. Or I wonder where you got your personality from.
perhaps.
Maybe our dad and our big brother, don't you think?
Hey, come on.
Go talking about your
now.
family all of a sudden. Ouch, ouch. It's totally ripping off Teru Teru. Ah. Pseudo-meta commentary.
I can't lose!
And I cannot lose to Chiaki. Just like Chiaki and everyone else, even if I know it's a fight, I cannot win. I must try to retaliate.
Huh?
Retaliate?
I will no longer let you do as you please.
Stupid! Stop! What are you doing?
As they say, we shall die together.
We go together. She self-destructed. Not very well.
What'd you say?
It's kind of a mutual Yamchaing. Is what's going on?
Huh?
We were thinking the same thing there, casemate. Monokuma, like, died?
No!
I'm not dead.
Ah!
A new one came out.
Phew!
That surprised me. If only I didn't have a spare. If only I didn't have a spare, I would have died.
I can't lose.
I'm not done yet.
That's...
Hey, wait.
If I don't beat you,
And again.
nobody can live in peace.
Stop it, I say! I'm sorry, I lose! Forgive me!
Are we gonna go for 3?
Hey!
Not yet. Seriously, stop it. If you don't stop right now, it's all going to be destroyed.
I won't forgive you.
Of course, I'm doing it so you'll all be destroyed. I'll be the one to protect my students.
I won't let you.
Will protect them with my life. Mono me, you.
Hey!
Now then, how many of you are there are still there? You might as well come out all at once.
Ooh, how exciting!
How many? Not that much. Just around 10 to the 60th. Pause. What did you say?
What?
1 million?
Hmm.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, 1 billion, 10 trillion, 1 quadrillion. Jump ahead. Da da da. It's 10 to the 60th. That's what he said. Like. Ah.
Hey!
After all this, you're still joking around. You sure have quite the daring spirit.
Too bad!
Except I'm not joking. Even saying anymore. Didn't you see that scene? While you're doing this, my clones are continuously and endlessly created. In the Monokuma manufacturing facility.
That's wrong.
Those were just stuffed animals. That's right. I checked them with my own hands. They're just plushies.
Damn it!
You're just bluffing. Monomi, finish him off.
Hey,
Even if it's just a plushie, as long as you give it Monokuma's personality, it becomes a fully developed Monokuma. What did you say? There's no way that's possible. That's not even magic.
Could it be?
You already obtained that much power?
Hey!
You bring up magic so suddenly, we're gonna be we're gonna be so confused. Unless you mean magic in a technological sense, we won't understand this at all.
Hey.
What's going on? Don't tell me they're not gonna call this magic or something. I don't care how you interpret it.
In the end, even if Monomi risks her life or does whatever, it doesn't matter to my army of 10 to the power of 60 strong!
Yeah, they're getting into gravitational influences here, aren't they, with that number?
There's no value in that life you're risking. So how about this? This overwhelming despair! Does it make you dizzy from excitement? What's this?
It's one of the reasons that it's a fun exercise. Some schools do it. They determine a thing, like bottle caps or, pull tabs from sodas or anything like that. And they task even a whole grade level with amassing like 1 million of them. And it's the idea of, okay, we got all these together. You managed to get even if you managed to get 10,000 of them and show people this is 10,000 of this object, to emphasize just how many things that is. So people will often say, oh, it's like 1 billion, it's a quadrillion, but that's often an inconceivable number. You don't have to say anything, I know. Let's see, you just have 10 more left, right? I know everything. I'm the conqueror of the new world.
Can't lose.
Don't give up, even if I have no chance of winning.
It's okay, Monomi. Well,
It's not about giving up,
let's believe in them.
Let's believe in everyone and leave the rest to them. But
Right?
Damn it.
what's going on? I do not know for certain, but the only thing I can
Please
say
listen.
is Monokuma is an enemy of the Future Foundation.
Like...
Does that mean there's another organization that's our enemy besides the Future Foundation?
This is bad.
We're in this situation because we're caught up in a dispute between these two organizations?
Damn it!
That's it. Let's just leave that talk for later. Because
Woo!
it's punishment time. Just a little more time. To wait or not to wait? That is the question. But which will cause more despair? That's the real question. If you think about it, you'd know, right? There's no way I'd wait. But I
I'm
haven't.
sorry.
Regardless, there's nothing else I can say. I'm not allowed to say anything more than I already have. Not that
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For Chiaki Nanami, the ultimate
Special
gamer.
bleeding service.
Ah, for Monomi too.
Huh?
Why even Monomi?
Hmm.
Just a 2-for-1 special. I could have killed that thing anytime I wanted since she's not a student. And also, I don't need anybody that will defy me anymore.
Uh-huh.
Also, I remember now.
Sorry.
I'm an only child.
That is...
What is that? It's okay. Even if I'm here, I'd just be a burden anyway. And not just that. I've decided to believe in everyone.
You guys, I'm sorry about so many things. I'm sorry for lying to you.
About what?
I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you to the very end.
Just one last time, let me say something that makes me sound like a teacher. There's no need to be a hero. You don't have to force yourself just to make people acknowledge you. When you do that, you end up blaming yourself, blaming other people, and feeling jealous of everyone.
So far, it feels like meaningless obfuscation. Like, I get that Monokuma would say there's a traitor who's working for the Future Foundation because he's given them the impression that the Future Foundation is the villain. But the fact that Monomi and Chiaki can't reveal anything about the Future Foundation doesn't make any sense right now. Like, if they're supposed to be helping them, is it some sort of Please reveal more.
But still, it doesn't have to be like that. Even if people don't acknowledge you, you just have to be someone that you can be proud of. 'Cause you yourself are your biggest supporter.
Very uplifting, and it's a nice sentiment, but it has very little to do in this supernatural murder game scenario.
If you can learn to love yourself, that love will continue to support you for the rest of your life.
Which may be cut wildly short because you're in a supernatural murder game.
Love, love.
Bye, everyone. It's okay. A shining future will always be waiting for you. It's true. It's absolutely true.
It's a twist that there is no real evidence for it prior.
'Cause I know.
Bye-bye. Please don't forget about your teacher.
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
I do like that, though. You too, Monomi. Hey, they're making use of that tank. Hey, there are 10 Monomis left. Nice. Consistent. Okay, we went from Space Invaders to Pac-Man. To Tetris. Squish. They did have a tank in the military base. And they made a point of calling out that the helicopter in the military base was the same one they used in the Terotero execution. So I wonder if it is actually the same one. Even until the very end, I couldn't look away from Chiaki's final moments. Without realizing it, I had fallen to my knees. A feeling of powerlessness spread throughout my body. It's over. It just had to end, before I could ask what I needed to ask, before I could say what I needed to say. Chiaki vanished before my eyes, and I couldn't even tell her thank you. If I had said that, would she have been comforted a little? As she was executed as the traitor, would she have been comforted a little? Huh. I don't know. My chest just hurt.
I don't believe it!
Good gracious, that was such a big surprise. As for Chiaki, she regularly took on the role of point man during the class trials, as did Nagito too. And not only was she the traitor, she was Nagito's killer too.
Phew!
Don't worry about it, there won't be any more situations where you'll need to rely on them.
Huh?
Hey, does that mean, now that the annoying rabbit is gone as well, all the obstacles that have been keeping us stuck on this island are completely gone?
Hey!
You serious? We can really leave this island?
I shall now present.
Yep, congratulations. With this, I shall announce the end of the killing school trip. For you 5, who've survived up until now, I shall give you the right to graduate. Thank you for all your hard work. Are you really okay with that? What do you mean? There are still 2 days left. If you were acting like your usual self, you would be setting things up for another killing. So another killing happens right away. You're right. What are you saying? What if Mr. Monokuma changes his mind? Also, you said you 5, like you were emphasizing that part. Does the number of people matter more than the remaining time? That's why you're saying it's the end already, even though there are still 2 days left, right?
Huh?
It matters that there are 5 people left? Are you planning to make a volleyball team? There's Akane again.
Stupid fool.
You need 6 people for volleyball. This is the first time that Minimaru has not just mimicked or made a call out based on like a request. Don't stay quiet, say something. What's your actual purpose? You're an enemy and an enemy of the Future Foundation, so what's your true identity?
Hey,
If the Future Foundation is the world ender, then I will end the new world that the Future Foundation has created.
no, no!
You'll just have to look forward to the rest after the countdown ends. That timer has almost reached 0. If it reaches 0, everything will end. Future Foundation's lame plan will be nothing but toilet bubbles. Huh.
Hey,
When that time comes, you'll know everything. You'll see all of your questions answered in one go. And then you guys will find out for yourselves just how messed up this new world is.
Hey.
New world? Don't go saying all this new stuff all of a sudden. I mean, the way he's describing it, it sounds like it was a time limit, but it also seems like it would end when they reached 5 people. Is it 5 or less? Think about the remaining 2 days until the countdown reaches 0 as a bonus. While you're at it, you should enjoy your life on this tropical island to the fullest. Because once you leave this island, your hopeless lives back home will be waiting for you. Anokuma's boisterous laughter carried on for what felt like forever. Our questions, our worries, our sadness were simply ignored. Laughter just kept going forever. As for what we did afterwards, honestly, it doesn't matter at all. I returned to my cottage for the time being and fell asleep. Even after I woke up, my will to move my body didn't come back. That's why I didn't look back on everything that happened up till now. I didn't think about what was going to happen. I just kept praying that nothing else would happen, and burrowed deep into my sheets as if I were trying to hide. In doing so, I was somehow trying to endure the long day. Then the sun finally set. The day feels abnormally long when you spend it praying that nothing happens. Reminds me, I haven't heard Monokuma's announcement. Guess that isn't needed anymore. Is everything really going to end? What is everything anyway? How far? How much is everything? If we leave this island, is everything going to end? There's still so much we don't know. About how our school memories, the Future Foundation, Hope's Peak Academy, Monokuma's true purpose. Can we really end this and turn our back on all that? Not just that, if we're really leaving, then where are we going? To Hope's Peak Academy? It was my last night at Jabberwock Island, at a place where my worries didn't even matter. Everything was about to end. Feel like I had a fun dream, somehow. I mean, as long as it doesn't explode and kill everybody, it's better than the worst case scenario. As in, narratively, the worst case scenario. I think it was about my childhood. Because of that, I was able to face the day with a somewhat happier feeling than usual. That's right, it's the last day, according to Monokuma. Suddenly, my body shuddered. Right when I opened my eyes, I was gripped by a fear that I had never felt before. Fear like I had been abandoned in this world, completely, utterly alone, with nobody left on this island. Kazuichi, Fuyuhiko, Akane, Sonia. Like everyone was gone and I couldn't find them anywhere. I suddenly couldn't believe in anything, like everything in this world was nothing but lies. Scream. I rushed out of the cottage, desperate to escape that fear. Hajime having a panic attack. Repeat, repeat. Are we actually playing the simulation card? Really seems like we are. Left the cottage, I randomly ran
Hello
into
there.
her. Ah, Hajime, good timing. What do you mean?
See?
Remember Nagito's video message that we found at the factory? Yeah, when we were dealing with the bomb ruckus. What about it?
Well,
Apparently, there was more to that message inside the laptop. Huh?
yep.
We weren't able to see it until a day or so had passed. Apparently, it was locked by a timer. Did he set it up so that we wouldn't be able to watch it until after the class trial? Why would he do that?
Perhaps.
Maybe Nagito planned to leave this as a will. Nagito's will? Or is it right now? We're just planning to meet at the restaurant and watch it together. Got it. The restaurant. Okay, we're just gonna roll with this. Kind of in a sure whatever mode, you know?
Yo,
Hey, you're late. Is it true? Nagito really left another message? Kneel before Miss Sonia and thank her. She was the one who found it. Huh. I was going for a walk with Gundam's hamster, and I found it when I stopped by the factory.
Listen well.
Okay. Just smile and nod. A coincidence, you say? Wrong. This is the will of causality guiding you.
Huh?
Why would Miss Sonia be going for a walk with Gundam? I never allowed that.
Damn right.
So anyway, let's hurry up and play it. Yeah, you're right.
I wonder who's watching this message.
There are a couple of places like that, Quinn, where there are kind of shortcuts based on where you leave from or where you enter from. I think one of the factory areas has a, when you leave, you can choose where you go. Is it the trader from the Future Foundation? Yeah, I think the plushie factory has, like, when you leave the interior, you can leave the zone, leave to the outside, or leave to the warehouse. Or something like that. Looks like it ended up the way I hoped it would. Ended the way he hoped it would.
Damn it.
Nagito was trying to kill everyone except the traitor. It was just as Monokuma said.
Hey!
So he really set up the traitor as the killer, and he even tried to make them survive the trial? But why would he do that? Even with your useless talk, it appears there's still more. There's kind of the glitchy blur whenever one of the dead folks reappears. But they're not present in the outside scene. But if everyone but the traitor is watching this video...
How unfortunate.
Then unfortunately, I guess I lost. That outcome is the complete opposite of the hope I believe in. Well, not that it matters for me anymore. I mean, no matter what the outcome is, it doesn't matter for a dropout like me.
Now then.
Let me put this meaningless introduction aside and get down to business. Since I don't know who I'm talking to, I'm going to speak so that both sides will understand. First of all, you might be wondering why I did what I did. I just took action after talking about it for so long. The special prize in the final dead room allowed me to learn a certain truth. It would be troublesome if everyone found out, so I already disposed of that page. But anyway, I was totally surprised. I mean... gibberish. The Future Foundation... The Future Foundation's traitor must have known that truth all along. And so I was able to learn the truth about this world and resolved to take action immediately. I shouldn't have made fun of Hajime. Deep down, I always wanted to become a protagonist myself. Gibberish. But now that I know the truth, as I look back on Monokuma's actions, I'm starting to see what he's planning. By giving us information about the island's mystery and the Future Foundation, he's raising all your hopes. But only so he can lead you to unimaginable despair. Plus, Monokuma's trying to show that despair to someone. Perhaps that someone is... seriously pissing me off. Let's see. I can't believe something is only so happy. It's so happy. What a hopeless truth. Who is Monokuma's true identity? How could they come up with a plan like that? That's enough reflecting on the past. Let's talk about the future now. If you want to escape Monokuma's plan, there's a specific place you need to go. The key to enter that place is that message you found at Nezumi Castle.
Well...
Normally you need to follow a bunch of steps to enter that place, but since that message gets rid of those steps, you can think of it as an Easter egg or something. It's probably left by someone other than Monokuma or Monomi. But that has nothing to do with me. You guys still thinking you're not gonna die or something. Stop it, don't. Don't stop. I had to hide this until my plan came to an end, but I guess now's a nice time to announce it, right? So then I'll announce the password. 11037. That's the password that was written in Nezumi Castle. You'll have to use that to enter that specific place. That's the only way you can escape Monokuma. Feel like I've been talking forever, but that's all for me.
I
believe my actions will become the foundation of this world's hope. And if that really happens, praise me. Tell others what I've accomplished. Erect a bronze statue of me. Respect me.
Please call me the ultimate hope.
Was Nagito's final message. At 11037. The number that Nagito said was the password. No mistaking, that's the password to enter that ancient rune.
Hey.
Better hurry. I think let's go before the countdown reaches 0. You're right, let's go. It's an interesting touch that the people that are dead are showing up during glitches like that. But then, when it pans out, they're not present. So this is one of the locations that if you fully leave from here, you get a teleport to do 2 different locations, because you can enter this place from 2 different places. To hurry to the ancient rune on the 2nd island. Oh, well. Oh, you're right. Isn't that the isn't that like the text that was written on the wall by the first victim in Danganronpa 1? The 11037, the Leon upside down.
Yeah.
Somehow it is quite nerve-wracking. Is it really safe to go inside? What's going to be in there?
You are a boy, right?
So unreliable to be freaked out like that. You're a man, aren't you?
Fool!
There's also that countdown. There's no time to stand around.
I'm gonna do it!
It's our last chance to get inside. Starting to feel nauseous from the thrills, the chills, the kills. Thrills, chills, and kills. I think that's one of Monokuma's callouts.
Thanks for the food.
You're gonna let it out? Why not do it in the Tupper... Nope.
Dumbass.
Now's not the time to mess around.
Master Fuyuhiko.
It's going to be alright. You don't have to worry. I will protect my young master. Let's go forward together.
Shut up.
Treat me like a
This
kid.
is your leader's order.
Believe that hope lies beyond this point. That is your leader's order, yeah? I mean, it's random, but it's also Ibuki, so...
What?
What was that? I told her that you only understand piggy talk. I said you're so cool in piggy talk.
In the name of my family.
I'm gonna kill you.
Hajime.
Password, please.
It's gonna be fine.
11037. Are they gonna run into the people from the first game that exited? The future is waiting, a sparkling future. And then let's move forward.
Is this a trial ground? But why am I at a trial ground?
It sure looks like a trial ground, but the vibe is way different than the one from before.
By the way,
Huh?
where did everyone go?
Hmm? Everyone?
But something's wrong. What did I do? No, that's not it. I'm not the weird one. What's really weird is... this world? Stage clear? Question mark. Chapter 5 end. Okay. Gamer's backpack.